job from Lynn's ex.
Whoops.
It was awkward.
Whoops.
Yeah, so, last time you did a bunch of deep space traveling. We discussed what was going on. We established some more stuff about Elizabeth and what everyone is eating. Today's a potato day.
Oh, no.
So everyone's nice and full of starch as we make our descent into the atmospheres of Poseidon. And I actually think I'm going to start with a roll. This session for how well Elizabeth is handling the atmosphere.
Oh, jeez.
I've added a few complications and assets to the situational / scene for the moment. We have radio distortion. The fact that there are such massive waves and kind of free-forming pulses on the surface of this planet means that radio signal is kind of hard to deal with. And despite the fact that it is the future, radio signal is still very important to how like communication signals function because it's very robust. Additionally, just the fact that it is very windy and very wavy, like the Atmo itself is a danger. But luckily, so Lynn at the end of last session asked Ada to be running calculations on the waves themselves. And has thusly, she's compiled a timetable for all of the waves coming up, which I have added as an asset for all of you to use.
Very cool. I like that.
So wherever it would be useful to know when and where all of these waves are happening, you have an asset for that.
Oh, sick.
So, let's roll some things for Elizabeth. So Elizabeth's got a D10 in pilot and fly. Not pilot, fly. And a D10 for omnipilot. And a D8 for social. And the ship's pilot job. I have a D8 in here somewhere. There we are. Yep. I guess I'm just rolling against myself. If one of you would like to roll stakes for me, you may, if you just want to roll some dice. I'll be telling you what dice to roll.
I can roll.
Cool. So give me a D10 for wind and waves. Another D10 for difficulty.
D10?
And yeah, and the D8 for radio distortion. I gotta grab my plot points.
Oh.
Yeah?
Why did I do that?
Please tell me that's a good laugh and not a terrible laugh.
Do I need to add a D6? Derby has a D6 in flight that he can lend.
You may.
Derby is looking over Elizabeth's shoulders and kind of being
Reasonable. Oh, I think Ada is actually helping too.
Okay.
So
D8.
Ada's given the D6 for automated data assistant.
How come when I roll for something that isn't me, I roll really fucking good?
Yeah?
Oh, thank God.
So what's stakes at?
So that's a 9 on my D10.
Mm-hmm.
8 on my D10.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, you're confused. An 8 on my D8.
Okay.
Oh,
So
no.
we're looking at 17 for stakes.
Hannah.
I can't help
Hannah.
it.
Okay.
My
So
dice are fucking cursed.
so we've got so she rolled pretty well actually.
Okay, good.
So she rolled 3 8s, a 5, a 6, and a 2. And she has exactly 1 plot point.
No.
Which I'm going to be paying to me. So she has spent her plot point. She is choosing not to fail this time because she wants to make a good first impression. And is going to spend her singular plot point to add her 3rd die. which brings this from a 16 to a 24. So it is a rough. So you're breaking Atmo. Also, maybe relevant quick decision. Are you headed straight for the wreck, or are you headed for Dunwall?
Dunwall.
Dunwall?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
I wanted to go to Dunwall first.
So she breaks Atmo, and the atmosphere of this planet hits you all like a truck. It is profoundly rough, and I think genuinely sends the ship like kind of careening to the side for a bit. Like there is a very sudden lurch in a lateral direction as you break atmosphere above these really thick gray, or through these really thick gray clouds into the atmosphere proper, where you can see just nothing but ocean. And in the distance, a little speck of something that is not ocean, that appears to be up on like these big, tall supports. And Elizabeth's just like, ah, shit, and like throws a couple levers. You hear like a loud whine from the engine on one side of the ship as it kind of like rights itself and becomes stable in the very, very buffering atmosphere. And while the ship is still shaking somewhat, is definitely leveled out as she pilots more directly toward the Dunwall.
I am grateful that that was not me trying to pilot this thing. Holy shit.
Yeah,
Like, not so bad, all things considered.
Cap, this sucks real bad. And Elizabeth is like white knuckling the steering module on this as you keep flying, and like in as you've seen her pilot this ship before, she's been significantly less concerned, especially out in the black and stuff like that. Right now she is focused. And it's just kind of like, all right, I would prefer if anyone who did not need to be here was not here. If at all possible.
Sure.
I just want to, I don't want to, I want to make sure we keep flying.
We'll keep in contact through the comms then.
For sure.
You just do what you gotta do.
We'll do.
Eyes on the prize mall.
Mm-hmm.
If you think you can handle it,
yep,
I'll leave you to it.
And she keeps it through, and as you close in on Dunwall, what you see is this small, not a metropolis. Nothing here is tall, relevant. Everything here is shaped like it, as if it were aerodynamic. In like if you were to look the entire city dead to the side, it would look kind of like a football, like a really thin football. Because the whole thing is just built so that any force applied from the side just passes right through it or over it. And the whole thing is built on these massive metal columns that just disappear into the turbulent ocean underneath. And after probably a couple hours of flying, Elizabeth is homing in on the landing pad's big ship stationing area out there. The way, so she lands very carefully. It's a little rough, but the way there are attendants on the landing pad itself who effectively throw out these giant cables with like magnets on the end of it to attach to the bottom of the ship and then winch it down and secure it in place.
Damn. Serious business. All right. Actually, I need to get up real quick and get like a lozenge or something because my throat decided to act up.
Sounds good. The ship like touches down with this massive like clunk, and Elizabeth is just kind of like, oh god, fuck, oh god. All right. Just gonna have to do that a lot today. Slaps comms button. We're here.
Just a very loud, oh, thank God.
Oh, good. We didn't just impact something. Excellent. Good.
Yeah. I don't know what everybody else. Well, everybody else is not even quite here right now. But I know Lynn wants to like get off the ship and explore the city while we have to like refuel and such.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm gonna do. I also think it's important to note that because it's very hot on the ship, he's wearing like 2 tank tops,
Mm-hmm.
and when he goes outside, the only thing he adds is like a scarf.
Incredible. Yeah, that heat is gonna dissipate real quick. Mostly to water cooling. As well as just like wind atmosphere. Like it's going to go from you have been in deep space for a month and the ship is very, very hot to holy shit, it's freezing in like an hour.
Yeah, what's like the temperature outside?
Actual measurable temperature is probably around like lower 60s, upper 50s. With wind chill, it's like just above freezing.
Fuck.
Because it's just like whipping away. You notice as like now stationed where the landing pad is, in addition to its overall aerodynamic shape for structural stability, and you notice in addition to the vertical supports, there are these long, wide like cables that like go like loose and slack slightly depending on the forces on the thing. But there's also these like, it looks like just kind of a big tent pole with cables attached to it that bends in the wind. That the astute among you might realize are just windbreakers. They're just existent to break up strong, harsh, singular wind patterns, and they are placed just all over the place in this city. Nothing is more than 1 level tall. You can have 1 level above the platform and 1 level below the platform, and that's it. I believe Captain is back.
Hello.
Elizabeth has slammed the button and said, "We're here."
Oh. Good work. Good work. That is a hell of a thing.
Yeah.
Who would like to be, I guess, on the landing party, so to speak?
I have already expressed my intent to want to be outside and explore the city, so happy to be that.
Alright. Do we know where our contact is? I already forgot his name.
Masuno.
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 Yes. Yeah, I can text him.
Do so? Question mark?
Sure? Question mark?
Arrange a meeting?
Yeah, I think like Lynn's gonna step outside and figure out what exact landing pad they're on, and just be like, "We're here, landing pad, DYL. I don't know."
Mm-hmm. He texts you back and is just like, "Oh, done already?"
Refueling before we head out.
Understood.
Motherfuck!
Can you not ask him where he is?
I could, but Did you want to meet him? Like, is that what this is about?
I thought that was what the plan was. I'm asking you. We came here because it sounded like everyone wanted to come here.
I don't know if I want to be here.
Well, he did give you a task last session.
Yes.
He did. I wasn't certain if he wanted to meet before said task or after.
I was under the impression that we were supposed to meet.
Lynn starts like speaking as he's typing, and you realize like he's typing way more than what he's saying. But he's basically just like, Captain would like to meet before job start? Question mark. Does that sound good? And like looks at the captain.
Lynn, you know him better than I do. That seems fine to me.
Quickly hit send.
Hmm.
Give me 20 minutes.
Oh, okay. I thought we lost you for a second.
No, I was just thinking.
I think Lynn just says like copy or Roger or something like that.
Roger.
Derby comes up and says, "Hey, boss, I'm gonna go for a walk if that's okay." Captain, sorry.
Just don't wander too far.
No,
suppose.
I won't.
You are actually refueling the ship, correct?
Yeah, sure.
All right, cool.
Yeah, we can make this a multitasking thing. We
Seems
can
like
make
a
sure
good
that
idea.
we're.
I imagine like you're just like crank open the heat vents, like letting this puppy
Yes.
cool the fuck
Yeah,
off
no,
too.
I definitely also meant for this to be a kind of like semi-maintenance, self-care / just kind of like we've been in deep space for a while. We can all take a second to just like air out, stretch out.
Yeah. So Derby and Lynn are going exploring, or Lynn, are you sticking around for when Masuno gets here?
I'm gonna be around the ship, but I'm probably gonna be like, a couple dozen feet away from it, like closer
Like,
to a structure,
hiding
like,
behind
investigating.
some kind of cargo.
No.
Trying to look cool, trying to play cool, not looking like you care.
Suave.
Shut up. No, I think like as Derby leaves, he sees like the want to go with, but like Lynn recognizes that he has to stay back, so he's just kind of like trying to like calm himself down and try to enjoy like the salt air and that kind of stuff. So.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to create a D6 asset if possible.
Sure. Of what?
Using my plot point, corn alcohol, if that's possible. Bad corn moonshine.
Yeah. I don't see why not.
Yeah.
You've had a month.
Yeah.
Oh god,
And
it's only been distilled for a month.
Derby will look at Lynn and just hand them a flask for a second, not saying anything.
Lynn like grabs it, brings it closer to him, doesn't take his eyes off it, holds it, looks up at Derby, looks back down at it, and says, "Can I trust this not to kill me?"
It depends. What kind of shit do you usually drink?
Please don't get drunk right before we have to do a fucking like serious ass mission.
What alcohol percent content is this? Is this like 90 proof? Like what is
For a
this?
month of distilling?
It's a month of like moonshine distilling with maybe some technical mediation. So I don't know.
It's not going to be.
It's
I'd say
strong. It's strong.
I'd say it's above 100 proof.
Jesus Christ.
That's reasonable.
Look, this like 100 proof is the aged whiskey, bourbon I have in the kitchen. It'll be more than that.
I think Lynn gives it a whiff, and you like his nose hairs curl, I assume. And he takes like the slightest little sip of it, and just kind of goes, oh god.
You're
can
rich
have that
now,
back.
but you'll thank me when it cools your nerves. Takes it back.
I don't think that's going to happen from whatever the fuck I just drank there.
So mechanically, because this is an asset, I'm just gonna say that, like, because Derby has made this be an asset, like, if you're rolling social rolls and you drank it, you get to add that d6 to the roll that you're making, because Derby has decided mechanically that this alcohol is good for social.
Alright.
Oh, it's an infectious asset. I like it.
I appreciate that as a player. Lynn does not appreciate her as a person.
As a person.
I'll just say, should we just say that asset is at this point? In that case,
Hold on to it until the end of the scene. That's how assets work typically. Plus, I mean, like, that's more moonshine than one person can drink.
You took a sip.
Yeah. It ain't if the shine ain't gone, the asset ain't gone. Which means that someone, if we want full use of the asset, that shine needs to be gone by the end of the scene. Anyway.
Drink up, Leia.
Yeah. So, Derby, you're taking a round, right?
yeah, right. I'm taking a round.
Let's do with Masuno arriving first.
Apparently, turn on.
Yes. I'm not certain in what
I am
capacity.
here.
Oh, you are.
Continue. I am here. I just wanted to be muted while the scene's going on.
Yeah.
I'm here. Enjoy.
I was actually going to ask you a couple questions, if that's okay.
Me?
Yeah.
Do you want to finish
Doc and
that roll
Felix.
first?
We haven't made
And
a
then do
roll
that?
yet.
Okay. That's cool.
Just that we have decided that moonshine is an asset.
Love that.
A social asset, no less. Although
Perfect.
potentially a combat asset, depending on how things go. Yeah, so it was a rough ride from break atmosphere to dock. Haha, dock.
Haha.
But I just like to ask. So the ship is finally docked in Dunwall on Poseidon. Massive wind. It is effectively a giant platform on top of an ocean world.
Okay.
And deeply windy, very cold now. You've gone from very, very hot within the ship in deep atmo, or deep black, to a quite cold atmosphere. I'm just wondering what Felix
ocean breeze,
and Doc are doing at the moment. Are they, like, staying on the ship for a little? Are they just gonna wait until they get back in the air, taking up time to stretch their legs, gonna go check out the fish market? Like, are they sticking around, or?
I think they're both probably going to stick pretty close to the ship after, bomb.
Yeah, fair.
So I think they would just feel safer being around it just to be absolutely safe for right now.
All right.
Keeping a close eye on her.
Excellent. Cool. So, in 20 minutes, a man with a clear umbrella and, those, like, kind of future-y, like, kind of, like, if trench coat, but make it fashion, where, like, it's, like, these long, dark panels, and it's got, like, the collar that, like, comes up to here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, with the big clear umbrella, the entire world's in kind of a constant state of drizzle. A drizzle at roughly like a 20-degree angle.
Okay. Gotcha.
So is approaching, and walks up to the dock and the ship, and I assume the
Oh.
captain is standing nearby.
Yeah, I'm basically using one side of the ship as like suitable cover.
Right.
Oh, okay. I was gonna
Like
be
some of
like,
the
damn, you're throwing
overhang.
me into this immediately?
No, no.
Captain Solace.
Masno,
Indeed.
nice to meet you. Puts a hand out.
And you as well. And likewise, shakes your hand in a very calculated way. The like grip, one shake, hand back in the
Right.
coat. Nice vessel you've got. Seems hearty.
She's something, all right. Sorry if this is a bit unorthodox. It's just thought I would see the person I'm doing business with face to face first.
I understand the sentiment. And you say that, and he kind of like looks around to scan who else is in the area. Lynn, how nearby are you?
I
Are you
love-
visible?
I love the idea that like I'm on the opposite side of the ship and we just missed each other.
Okay.
Like, we didn't see each other at all.
All right, excellent. Lynn said you wanted to. Was there anything else you needed, necessarily?
There's maybe some more I'd like to know.
Sure.
About the mission and whatnot. Some things I'd like to express, but let's talk business first.
Sure.
So this object we're getting,
Mm-hmm.
it's on a ship in the ocean, partially sunk.
Correct. It is, I believe, currently moored on a rock face below the surface. Is why it hasn't moved in some time.
How much do we know about the location of the specific thing that we are trying to receive? Is it
Within it,
right?
GM talk, like inside the ship.
Yes.
You know that it's inside the ship.
All right. How much time do we have before we think this thing is gonna just fall in on itself and sink and collapse?
Uncertain. It's been surfaced for about half a week now.
Half a week.
It has surfaced a few times on a few occasions. We've been keeping track of it.
Let me see.
Or, sorry, not a week. A little over a month. It has been surfaced since you first had a conversation about it.
Right. Okay.
So, fairly stable, presumably, given that it's been in the same location for the entire time, given this gestures at ocean tides.
Yeah. This is a mighty dangerous mission. We don't even have the benefit of zero G out in
Yes.
these parts. There's a good chance there could be accidents. Maybe even, I hate to say it, casualties. I hope not. I will do my absolute best to make sure not. But I'm not in control of gestures to the ocean.
Understandable concern, though most of my accounting for that is in the payment.
Right. Fair enough. That's all I had for business. I just wanted to clarify a few things. To make sure that my plans could be more accurate. One of my crew has voiced uh, uh okay.
Mm-hmm.
Lynn Isono, our contact. They're the one who contacted you on our behalf.
Right.
I, It's not my business, and I'm not going to make it my business. Whatever is going on between the two of you is between the two of you. I would like to say, I know he's been gone, but it hasn't been permanent yet. Did he tell you about the explosion at all?
No. I'm not certain what your...
Oh. I thought as much. Well, a month and a week ago, this here ship had 2 enormous holes blown in it. And Lynn was the target. And they sure did land their target. That boy was a mess. A bleeding mess on the floor of my ship, to be exact. And he pulled out by the skin of his teeth. If there is any business between y'all, unfinished business, I heartily encourage you to try and finish it. Because there is no guarantee that you will get that chance, other than within the next couple hours.
I had intended to keep this until our arrangements were out of the way, but no time like the present, I guess.
It's the only time I can guarantee. I'm gonna need him down on the ship with me whenever we do what we need to do. And I can't promise that
Right.
we'll be back from
Yes. Fuck. Okay. God. All right. And he pulls out a phone. And he's gonna text Lynn.
He's around, you know.
Lynn has set his
figured he
status
was-
to busy or offline.
Do not disturb. If you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, it just kind of like starts like circling back around the ship to where he last saw Lynn.
I think Lynn is like standing by some like other people's shit, like their cargo. And like has his back turned and just like idly looks behind him and then looks behind him again and goes, "Oh fuck."
I'll just let y'all just kind of like backtracks.
I like the idea that Masuno like steps up onto the ship, like into kind of your territory, and you're both just kind of like standing on either side of the cargo bay, and looking at each other for the time being.
That works too. Hey, Ken.
Hey, Lynn.
Yeah.
You're not dead. That's a plus.
I'm glad you see it that way.
Oh, fuck, dude.
Can he like, because I'm not wearing a lot torso wise, can he like see the scars?
I'll leave that up to you.
I'm gonna say yes. I think
His
that's
eyes
a
are
lot.
definitely drawn to them.
Okay.
And his eyes are a mixture of concern and anger.
Why? um, you know, I, I, I had a lot of thoughts. I had a lot of things I wanted to say, and now you're just kind of here. And
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Are you sticking around? Are you, like,
No,
out
I'm
here
done.
now?
I'm gone.
Like Captain walks in between. You're welcome, Lynn.
No,
Good luck, son.
no, I'm gone. I'm gone.
Lynn, I was kind of hoping we could do this in a more comfortable setting.
We can.
Given I would bet that you haven't experienced a lot of that lately.
Yeah. Did you want to relocate? Talk somewhere more private in the city, or
I'd like to make a proposition, which is that, oh God, the most important things I have to say to you are that I'm glad you're okay. And I don't know what to do with this. Because I moved on a long time ago.
Lynn just kind of like nods his head.
I understand, or thought I understood, leaving the family. And doing so in a fucking blaze of glory.
I didn't really have time to explain then, and I was kind of hoping I could now. I I understand that maybe what was no longer is, but I still care about you, and I'm really afraid for you right now. Maybe more so than myself.
I'll be fine.
That's what I thought.
I've committed to this, to what we've been doing. I own this fucking planet, Lynn. It's not where I live, it's not where I do, but, like, I have territory now. I have people to control, people to do what I need them to do. I can't... There's a plan. I have a future.
Well, then...
But I still fucking care about you. You make this so much more complicated than it should be.
I was trying to fix something horrible, Ken. Okay? Do you know what he was gonna do?
No. And
Don't tell me it doesn't matter.
it doesn't matter because I'm sure you were justified. Because I know you. And I know your fucking compass, it works. Like, I know that whatever you did to leave was probably the right thing to do. And if I was there with you, I would have run with you. But now I'm at a point where I don't know if I've fucking broken my own compass to the extent that you wouldn't even... I don't know.
What do you think? You think you're a bad person? for what? For continuing down the path that was laid before you? The only path that they offer?
You left.
At great risk to myself. And to you. I'm really glad that they didn't think that you also had something to do with it. That you were somehow an accomplice.
No. Because Because that's when I doubled down. Because you're right, there's suspicion. There's intrigue in that. Right? Because of course there's going to be. So I took it from a threat to an opportunity.
Well, I'm sorry that...
And I'm not sure if I've forgiven myself for that yet.
That's... I think you're putting blame on the wrong person.
I think you're putting blame on the wrong person.
Oh my god.
Look. We need to catch up, and you've got some skeletons to get out of the closet. Because from what your captain said, it sounds like they're still gunning for you.
Well, that's kind of what I wanted to talk to you about too. How keyed into how keyed into Kichiro are you?
I'm familiar. We have dealings. Everyone does. But He's not playing the game right. And there's a lot of people that don't like that. There's a lot of people that really do. And there's shit going on with that right now. And I assume that's what this thing is. But oh god,
I don't need to know the details of that. But I found something that said that he was taking care of loose ends when he was coming for me. And I don't assume that it was just about me, that statement was just about me. I don't know if there was some other shit with Tanaka, but I like you and Clara. I don't want you to get caught up in all of that shit. I don't want you to be his loose ends too. So
yeah. Tell you what. Your crew can do this job for me, right?
He just nods.
Then get the job done. Survive this. It's a lot darker than I meant it to be. Get this done for me. Let's talk it over sushi and sake.
Yeah. That sounds really nice, to be honest.
Yeah. We can get this sorted out.
Yeah.
He steps off the cargo bay.
I think Lynn takes a step back, puts his back against the wall, and does the whole dramatic slide down.
Mm-hmm.
And just kind of sits there for a bit.
Hear soft K-pop coming from Elizabeth's room.
I think Lynn just stays there for a while. Like you can go to somebody else because he's done.
Reasonable. Yeah. Derby, you're having a walkabout.
Yes, I am having a walkabout. What?
Please.
Alright, so Derpy's been, for the most part, wandering around for the most part. He left the, I think, what would we call it, the dock at this point?
Yeah.
And now he's kind of, I'm guessing there's a sort of fish market, a wharf kind of place.
There is, definitely. The big difference between most fish markets and this one is scale. There is no farmable wildlife on this planet under, like, 5 feet in length. So, like, you've got, like, a booth, and it's, like, one of a thing that is actively being processed.
Space tuna.
And I guess, and there was
Big
and I'm
jelly.
guessing there would also be sushi bars as well.
Not on the wharf so much. Maybe a couple, like, stands, but they're a lot more oriented toward, like, feeding the workmen, and sushi's not great for that. There's a lot more, like, fried protein cubes and beer.
Hmm. Hmm. I guess. Let's see. What is Derby? Derby is
You want fried protein cubes and beer?
no. He does want. He does want to find the place where the workers hang out for the most part after work to de-stress and whatnot. That's where he
Oh,
wants
yeah.
to go.
The term squid pit emerged fully formed into my brain.
I like it.
Because I was thinking dogfighting, but big squid. So that exists now because my brain said it did.
Meet me in the squid.
Meet me in the squid pit. Yeah, because if there's a wharf based fish market, clearly there is a betting pit wherein 2 squids enter, 1 squid leaves. With a non-zero amount of gambling, and beer, and Yakuza.
Derby is just at this point going to just try and watch try and just discern what is the relationship between the Yakuza and these workers for the most part.
They're just hanging out.
Hmm.
Like, unlike the robot pits and stuff like that, this seems very honest. We put 2 squids in a pit, we bet on which one comes out. and everyone's just there to have a good time.
And then they eat the dead squid.
No, the squid eats the dead squid. They might eat the live squid if they pay a lot of money.
Jeez.
And is there anybody there who's particularly not having a good time?
Yeah, everyone who lost.
Hmm.
Kind of sad. They're just like, ah, shit. Man.
Yeah.
I was really hoping
Derby-
Squidosaurus Rex was going to win this time.
Derby's gonna saddle up to saddle
Seidel?
whatever. Saddle up to one of them and just offer the flask for a moment. Need a drink?
Yeah. Conk. Fuck, dude. Where the hell did you get that?
Made it. Very, very past. Yeah, been a while, honestly. I mean, not used to the corn stuff. Not used to the corn stuff. I mean, this shit really ain't flavored at all, of course, and I have nothing to age it in. But it is what it is.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
What you lose your money on?
Point at the squid pit.
Which squid?
Points at a lone tentacle next to a whole live squid in the squid pit. That's alright. Don't bet anything you can't lose, right?
Right.
So I only owe them $200 this time. It's
Workman
fine.
training. They treat you okay?
Oh yeah, it's alright out here. Everything's dangerous as shit, so we get along. It's kind of a dangerous place to make enemies.
Really?
Well, it's real easy to fall off a platform wherein what's all windy and slippery and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone's it's look, that out there is enough of a danger that everyone in here needs to stick together.
Better than I can say for some places.
Oh sure. But some places the wind won't kill you.
And some places the people next to you are very, very, very quick to put a knife in your back.
The
Yeah,
only thing I
like
want to
just a
put a
month
knife
ago,
into is
I was
that
at
squid.
like just a month ago. Look, he like I was in a space station where people where there were a bunch of robot fights and mobsters rigging them.
Hmm.
And now I'm coming here looking at seeing workers with a bunch of other titled mobsters. No offense. And they were looking all buddy buddy.
Yeah. I
Just a
mean,
bit of a change.
we leave each other alone.
Hmm.
We're all just business people. Work. Get paid. Spend money on the squid pit. That's how it goes.
Nothing more to it.
Not that I can say.
Hmm. Honestly, it sounds to me like you could use a change of environment, if I would say.
Yeah. I really need to build up my vacation days or something.
Hmm.
Go on a trip. Or just fucking move.
Hmm.
But, I mean, pay's good because it's hazard pay all the time. So. It's funny. You'd think it'd just be pay, right? And it'd just be
Yeah.
higher. But no, it's pay and hazard pay. Just constant. And it's just always had. I think there was some plan back when this shit was settled to try and terraform this or whatever so that eventually it'd be safe, so that once it was no longer hazardous, they just cut everyone's pay in half. But then they just didn't, so.
And I'm guessing whatever government was trying to do that is just like gone now. I'm guessing
Oh
something
no,
like
Alliance
that.
is still here. They just don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Look, any Alliance that's stuck here with us cares a lot more about us than the Alliance.
Hmm. Amen to that. All right. Looks at it. Looks at it. Now. I'm going to ask you one more time because this is a little bit of concern to me.
Sure.
Are you sure there ain't anything particularly wrong about this place, working for this place? Stuff that you would rather change that you don't that people don't want you to change.
Not that I. Yeah. It's just dangerous. Like, we got safety shit. We got, like, foreman works alongside us. And it's not. We don't really have to deal with that shit.
Mm. Well, I'm happy somebody at least has a better life than some others.
Amen.
Alright. Try not to bet anymore, fella.
I won't.
Alright.
I think he just like, yeah, at that, he's just kind of like, alright. And he gives a big shrug off, pays off his bookie, and just like heads back towards town center.
Alright. Awesome. That was all Derby wanted to do.
Cool. Your fuel cells are recharged.
Alright.
Hooray! Yeah, the Solace is just calling like the crew roundup, like load up, buckle down because we're heading out.
Mm.
Yeah. Elizabeth has like a kind of like a like calming routine, or she's doing like a prep thing, I guess. I don't know.
Finding her center.
She's had like 3 cups of coffee.
Oh, that's
and
the opposite of a good thing.
Exactly. And has been like talking to Ada for the last hour about weather conditions and how to deal with it. Yeah. What's the plan, Captain?
Alright. So, we don't really know exactly how much time we have, but we do know time in between, you know, the bigger waves and whatnot. I'm thinking, at least to get on, we need to get low as possible, because we don't have the benefit of zero G.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about being able to land on the ship. I might even advise against it.
Mm-hmm.
Because you need to be able to move up quickly
Right.
at a moment's notice.
Mm-hmm.
We can try. I would like everyone else's opinions on this. This is not the usual kind of salvage. I'm used to hauling in space. We don't have to deal with the element of weight out in the deep. And I'm not sure how much this salvage weighs. I believe that we should be able to maybe pull it up with tethers. We do have,
Makes sense.
our usual equipment.
Got the
I don't
salvaging
know if we
equipment.
can. Right.
Built more for non-atmo, but I'm sure it can get most of the job done.
It's an aquatic vehicle too. It shouldn't be that heavy.
It's true. Well, submarines are heavy.
Uh,
Cargo liners are heavy.
Well, I feel like that's not what we're getting. I could be wrong.
That's almost definitely true. You're right. You're right.
I'm gonna need
jet ski. That'd be nice.
basically everyone with me. So, Derby, Lynn, not Felix. Doc. I also need Doc to stay behind. We're not risking you, because if anything happens to any one of us, you got to be at the ready.
Alright.
That kind of brings us to how do we safely scope out the ship? Because my thought was, if it's sturdy enough that it's withstood a month's worth of pounding, essentially, from these giant waves, it probably isn't going to move on us. The only thing that we would have to worry about is getting caught in it, and getting swept away, or just being inside of it as it floods and drains. So we're going to need, like, water gear,
I mean, our suits are airtight, so they sure are watertight.
They
a
are
little bit funky,
atmospheres.
but
They're like space suits, though, right?
they are designed for space. Yes.
Are they chunky like space suits?
Yeah, basically.
Captain, do we need to go into town and buy like some scuba gear?
Scuba gear. This is. I mean.
So you can spend plot points to create assets if you would like
That's
to.
right. Yeah.
Or if you want to get real funky, you have the salvaging equipment trigger, which is when you create an asset related to salvaged parts while dismantling a ship. So there is a chance that you could attempt to, like, scavenge wetsuits on the destination.
Ooh.
Oh gosh.
There's a lot of options here.
I think I'd just be willing to spend the plot point on a suitable, gear set.
Mm-hmm.
Just to,
You'll have to spend 2 if you want it to last the whole session.
Oh, shoot. I don't even have 2 plot points yet.
Well, we have ways of gaining plot points. Such as taking a system override complication.
Oh no.
I like
That is not something we need.
I like that scavenging.
Yeah, that's looking a lot better now. That's looking. That's gonna kind of sweeten the
I'm
deal.
sure y'all have ways
Doc
of
just
gaining plot
sitting on his
points.
fucking pile of gold still, basically. That he is absolutely not spending on scuba gear.
Scuba gear. Scuba gear is so wrong. That's super not what it needs to be.
So they just fucking everyone just like snorkels, and that's it.
No.
Well,
So on a
oxygen
practical-
tanks
so-
and that kind of stuff, right?
Hmm?
Like oxygen tanks and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, like
Because I assume we're going to be underwater, and we want it to be as live as possible.
So yeah. So let's establish some baselines. So you can just be there and hope it's fine or deal with it as it comes. You can use your water your
I'll be back.
oh right, the furnace dude.
Oh yeah, that's probably what that was.
Yeah. You can use your spacesuits, your like proper spacesuits, which are a part of that is salvaging equipment. I would give you the D8 for that for salvaging equipment. Although that would definitely come with some consequences of like it's not designed for that and it is pretty chunky. So like you could definitely be breathing underwater, but like they're pretty buoyant. Like navigating underwater with those is going to be a bit of a challenge.
Yeah.
You can buy them if you have the money. We have you have a way of making a D8 don't need to pay crew I don't have asset. Because of automated controls. Although maybe you wouldn't be able to use that because you are paying
I'm paying
one extra crew member right now for that.
Mm-hmm.
Although I guess it still applies. Like I would let you do that for representing the accumulated not needing to have had a pilot for a long time.
Right.
Because I don't want to rob that mechanically from you currently. You can actually buy the gear you need. You could ask for it. You could attempt to make some sort of persuasion endeavor to acquire the gear you need. You can salvage it on the ship. Like there's options. You got a lot of options here.
I would be willing to try like a salvage roll. See what that does.
That's going to you'll have to get there first.
Right.
But yeah. You said you, Lynn, and Derby or who you wanted to get on the ship with you?
Yeah, that seems like the move. Unless Felix really wants to make an appeal and go out on the ocean, but
he is going to listen to Captain's orders.
Okay. Like, you are super not trained, and technically Lynn isn't either, but Lynn is Lynn is Lynn.
We may or may not need the ship's cook to come with us on this dangerous seafaring expedition.
It's just Felix is just like, yeah, no, it's fine. I'll stay behind the ship.
Also, we almost lost
It's just him blasting like super edgy music in his room after this.
Oh goodness. Yeah, so we need at least 3 suits, or like I'll take whatever, honestly.
Yeah.
Like we'll see. So roll for salvaging equipment. Or no, we want to.
No, you got to get there first.
Yeah, we want to get there,
and then maybe get a better lay of the situation a little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
I think since a lot of this very much pertains to Lynn, we might want to wait a hot sec.
Yeah, let's take a minute. Boy, oh boy.
Let's have there be action.
Truly.
Are there any DS games any of y'all would recommend? Like original DS?
DS?
Yeah.
Yeah. Custom Robo Arena. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. Play it, Cole.
Right.
It's fun.
Oh, Lynn is here, but rip.
Ah. Okay.
That's
Well,
fine.
To just kind of like
Government.
vibe for a little bit. Yeah.
Basically, call it like a bathroom break or something.
Reasonable. Do you have any DS games you would want to recommend, Matt? Are there any good DS Fire
Yes.
Emblems?
Fire Emblem Awakening.
That's a 3DS game, right?
I
Yeah.
believe so, yeah. There's not really any like DS
Final
Fire
Fantasy
Emblems.
Tactics Advance
Mainly
2.
they're GBA.
Makes sense. I can run those too.
I guess
But-
there's all the like Professor Layton.
I can,
ones.
if you really want to play
I have an
old
actual
Fire
hard
Emblem,
copy of The Curious
Oh,
Village.
I
Yeah.
have
Yeah.
2 GBA Fire Emblem games.
I mean, you should.
Nice.
I have 2 because I
I mean,
actually have a GBA. I actually have a
with the
game.
DS call, you gotta play. You probably have to play Phoenix Wright games. At some
Oh,
point.
yeah.
So I
Phoenix
started
Literally,
the
there's
first. I played
so many.
I played a
remake
chunk
RAMs.
of the first Phoenix Wright game and kind of bounced off of it.
Oh, that's a
Cringe.
shame.
Unfortunate.
I was running into the. I think it was mostly an early game problem too, of where it's just like. I got what was going on already,
Mhm.
but the characters hadn't, and I had to muddle my way through like the middle logic step to get to the actual logic step.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe
Oh, that 100% makes
it's
sense.
probably not a bad idea. They're so iconic.
Mm-hmm.
There are other. I didn't
For
have
sure.
Final Fantasy
Mario
Tactics
Party
Advance
DS
2.
is surprisingly very, very fun. And on its own, it's fun.
Yes. I would need a cart to play that though, because the ROM doesn't work with download play
Oh, that's a shame.
properly. Download play is so underrated.
Mhm.
I was just thinking recently about how in elementary school, during lunch times and field trips, one person would host, and then like the entire class effectively would get on their DSs and play Mario Kart. And everyone who didn't have a DS, myself included at that point in time, would like buddy up with one of their friends who did and like pass it off between races.
Yeah. So I'm trying to think. I'm always going to be the person to just like chill out the Zero Escape series because 999.
I've got
is on the
999
Nintendo
installed.
DS. Good. Awesome. Perfect. Talk to me about it later.
I might. It's weird. It
I
reminded
love
me
the
almost
series.
instantaneously of like Danganronpa.
Yeah, 'cause the creators of Zero Escape and Danganronpa are like best buds in real life. They actually have a game studio they just started together.
Oh,
That'll be
Funny
interesting.
enough.
Also, okay, I posed this question to Hannah recently, and I don't know if anyone has a better like what is up with all of the death game stuff in like
Yeah.
Japan, like high school death game is like
Yeah.
such a genre archetype for Japanese
is.
games. Like Danganronpa, 999, The World Ends With You, as far as I can tell, is kind of like that. I just started that today, just a little bit. It's definitely
Nice.
death gamey. It's not so much on the high
Sort of.
school. The like movies, you've got like the
Battle Royale.
yeah, the original Battle Royale. As the Gods Will. There is the shit. Another movie that I can't think of the name of.
Matt
It's-
says
it's a-
Alice in Borderland.
Yes, Alice in Borderland.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's such a popular thing.
Yeah.
And that fascinates me.
Mm-hmm.
I guess to me, I
couldn't
like,
tell you why.
I see it as like the culmination of like like I say we as if this is true of me also when I don't know, but like they already have such a focus on high schoolers in general that it just seems like the next logical step that then you just keep adding genres onto that.
Right.
So you have all your bases covered all the time.
Lust and
It's very
blood,
much a
comma,
love-
high tension. I want that
It's
to be like
a really big thing on like suspense in general.
Right.
People really like suspense. It's always been a big genre in anything.
Well, it's
But-
also like it's a writing exercise. Like there's
It's also
literally
high schoolers around that age are going to be more likely to play games that revolve around people or like characters their age. Which is why when you see Danganronpa fans, can't put this in a recording, but who cares? They're all so fucking young.
Yeah.
Like new age Danganronpa fans, I'm sorry, are like 13, 14.
Yeah, it's very, very young. People get
Literally, like, not even 3 years ago, I ran into a Danganronpa fan, and I was talking with them, and just kind of, like, just chatting with them. They seem pretty cool, and I'm just like, oh, like, how old are you? And they're like, oh, I'm 13. And I'm like, okay!
Jesus.
You are a baby.
I was
just
really
kinda
into
looked at them, and
Saw
I'm like,
when I was about that age.
yeah. So it's just, like, it's one of those things where it's just kind of
Yeah.
like, oh, I'm a bigger kid now. Like, I can handle
Violence,
I can handle all this violence and
murder, despair.
God. It's like one of those things, because, like, it really is a thing. Law and Order is one of my favorite shows now. True story. As a kid, I was terrified of it. I heard the theme song, and I started crying. That's, like, the show scared the shit out of me when I was, like, super young.
Huh.
Damn.
Well, and like, one of the things that comes out of a lot of that kind of genre of fiction is like these really strong character narratives in particular.
Yeah.
And I was reminded recently by the writing workshop that I'm working on for game writing. That like literally there's a like writing thought experiment for your character relationships, which is just lock two characters in a room. What happens? Like if they can't get out, like what do they do? How desperate do they get? How do they interact with one another? And like the genre, the kind of death game genre just is that effectively.
Yeah, it really is.
Long form.
Yeah. The pink blood aesthetic in Danganronpa is good. I like
It's
that.
literally to avoid all like big boy copyright sort of things.
Makes
or like
sense, but it's very
it's
stylish.
It is, yeah. That's why you have it. Is because it's not quote unquote blood.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it is.
Even though it is, yeah. I really wanted to make a like retro shooter with copious amounts of neon pink blood. I think that would be a lot
That'd be
of fun.
great. Mm-hmm.
Blood splatter. I still can't get over in the retro shooter Blood, the game named Blood. Oh, you're back.
Yeah,
Welcome.
they're gone.
Oh, that
Hello.
was really quick, actually.
It was just a dirty sensor, but it made it so that the furnace would like turn on and off.
Oh,
Like it would stay on, the fan would run, but the jets would turn on and off.
right.
And then it would just shut
Gotcha.
off without actually really getting warm. So it's like
Oh.
set to 69 in here because I was like, please
Hot.
get warmer.
Please.
And it was like at 60, and like I guess I'll turn on and maybe I'll bring it up to temp, and maybe I won't. You know,
I hope it's better now.
it should be. I'm gonna have to turn it off because I'm really warm now.
I was just gonna to finish my
Yeah, sorry.
Well, no, there's the game Blood. They're severed heads, and you can punt them like soccer balls. And they make this like spiral of blood in midair when you do
Ooh,
that,
that's
and
fun.
it's very silly. That game is completely ridiculous, and it's a lot of fun.
Nice.
We were about to set off for
You sure were.
for the... I have it written down.
Yeah.
For the SS Indomitable.
Sub.
Sub?
Sub?
We all live in a sunken submarine.
Yeah.
We might all live in a sunken submarine. Shortly. Well, half of us.
We all live in a hippopotamus.
Oh.
Maybe it'll be our grave, like the
Titanic?
Yeah. I was thinking of something more specific, but I can't think of the name of it. I was gonna call it the SS Elmer Fudd. That is not the name of it. So
SS Elmer Fudd.
never mind.
All right.
Anyways, continue with the.
No, I know what you're... Yeah, uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We're doing that, I assume. That is the plan.
Yes.
Excellent. So, Cap, Derby, and Lynn, you're gearing up?
Mm-hmm. Got my boy tether, which I'm just gonna
Useful.
establish what the boy tether is, real quick. It's essentially, we said it was magnetic harness, correct?
It is, yeah, it's like a chest harness, a magnetic chest harness, and then like a really strong cord cable.
Yeah. Let's just say kind of with the ship, and it kind of works like a maglev. Let's just kind of say that.
Sure,
or
I'm
something like
comfortable with that.
that. Easy
Looks like a
maneuvering around metal. Easy maneuvering around metal objects.
It's like if you, it's like climbing gear for construction and industrial stuff.
Yeah.
It's really useful on shipyards and things like that, so you can get around like these big containers and ships and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm completely comfortable with that. Lynn, are you bringing your sword?
Of course, I'm bringing my sword.
Good. I would expect nothing less, but I had to ask.
Ah, yes, the square hole.
The square.
I remember there was like potentiality for danger, so I was like, all right, bring the sword then.
Yeah, reasonable. Captain,
Yes.
what's your kit look like?
Oh shoot! I used to have a list of like the stuff from the book about what could be in salvaging equipment. I'm gonna say we had like a torch or something.
Sure.
Like a laser.
Absolutely.
That's strapped on.
Mhm.
Probably the we had this sort of doodad, this like pulley tether doodad thing from the first episode.
Yeah.
Like almost like a grappling hook, except
Basically.
portable.
Oh, like you've got like a personal sized one.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's meant to like pull salvage.
Gotcha. You've also got like, because we established way back in the first episode that your ship does have like winches and
Yeah, I
like
was about to
equipment
say,
for
definitely want to like
dragging
prepare that.
big things.
Mm-hmm. So that's gonna be prepped and ready. Anything else I can think of?
I think so for ship cargo bay setup, I think you've got most of your salvage and stuff like acquired around the borders of the room, and in the center of the cargo bay you've got effectively this big thing you can open up and winch directly down through. That probably takes up like 2/3 of the space of your cargo bay. It was probably a bit of a pain to clear it off, honestly, given how I think how I imagine the cargo bay is kept from a tidiness standpoint.
Yeah, we probably spent some of that time while we were landed just moving shit around.
Yeah.
We also want to make sure our weight is actually like probably even.
Yeah.
As much as possible.
I think Elizabeth actually recommends you keep it a little front heavy. Because your thrusters are in the back, which are providing most of the weight, and it'll help with wind balancing. In particular.
Copy that. See, smart cookie.
Elizabeth has also requested that Felix and Doc stay, like, ears open in case something goes wrong.
Yeah, I kind of figured Felix is going to be, like, on watch above, basically.
That seems like a good idea.
Captain's orders is...
just, like, always on comms.
Yeah,
that's
everybody have
what Felix wants to do.
At hand.
Yeah. He's definitely keeping surveillance, then.
I think we're basically ready. Did we Do we want to do anything about suits? Did we ever come to a decision about that?
That's right where I left.
So if you are, you may, before you leave, choose to purchase some, and that will cost some amount of funding, or you have to do some negotiation depending on what's going on. Or we can fly out to the site, check it out, see what's going on, maybe make some salvage rolls, and figure it out there.
Right.
And maybe figuring it out there means going, oh shit, all right, and then going back and buying some.
Yeah. I guess it is a ship. Maybe there's fucking R1s on the fucking. Who knows?
I almost wonder if like I could text Masu and just be like, "Can we borrow some wetsuits?"
If you appeal to Masuno, that would be a boon, mayhaps, if he's willing to maybe consider it like an advance or something. Like,
I mean, if you intend to keep them.
I did say borrow.
Yeah, I would actually like to, if you would like to do that, I would like to make a sort of social roll for that.
Sure, yeah.
So they are going to roll, Masuno is going to roll mental, plus...
you can still get your alcohol bonus.
influence? Yeah, I would give you your alcohol bonus.
Nerves of moonshine,
plus influence.
hell yeah.
And then they're going to add a D4 for caring, because that's going to work against them. And also a D4 for friends in high places, because that'll work in your advantage rather than his. Ah! Okay, they have rolled 1-1, which is an opportunity. And that is stakes at 5.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna get social, nerves of moonshine.
Excellent.
I guess influence, yeah?
Yeah.
Which is another D6. And then I family ties or polite disposition, maybe both?
I'll give you polite disposition. I'll give you family ties in this one, yeah.
Okay. And that's everything. Can I... Oh my god. Can I... I don't know how this is gonna work, but I would love to see what you've got. Create a memorable complication on yourself to execute a cunning plan. Gain a plot point.
Okay.
Is that gonna...
2 options.
Okay, alright.
1, you make an absolute dipshit of yourself. Option 2, with your permission, you miscommunicate some sultry tone.
Oh no.
I love
These are all
the second
awful.
one.
You love the second one?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're both awful.
It's gonna be
So-
wet down.
So gain a plot point, and you get a memorable complication.
Awesome.
I will add it for you.
Okay, thank you. I'm like clicking buttons like, where is that?
That's a D8.
Yes. It actually, it doesn't say.
Oh, no?
But my alluring thing is D8.
I'll
which
make
I
it a
assume-
D6.
Okay. And because it is a lurid text, am I allowed to add the D8 for alluring?
Alluring.
No, because it was a
Okay.
miscommunication.
Alright, that's fair. Alright, so that was a slam and a bang. That's a lot of fucking 3s. I mean, I beat
Well, as
it
long
on
as you've
its
got
face.
2.
Yeah. I beat it on its face. I got an 8 and a 4. 12. That's the one.
12.
Okay.
Cool.
what is
Sick.
that?
You get a D12 Big Damn Hero die.
A D12?
Yeah, because he rolled a 2 on his D12.
Oh, poor guy.
He's distracted, weirdly. Yeah. Couldn't tell why. Couldn't tell. But you get a small selection of wetsuits shipped out to you.
Sweet.
They're pretty nice. They come with rebreathers. It's got replenishable
Oh, neat.
oxygen, meaning that they don't have huge gas tanks. These are not deep sea suits. They've got maybe like 4-ish minutes of air in them, but as long as you're in breathable atmosphere, they'll recharge.
Oh, okay.
Ah.
That's neat.
I'm gonna say 3 minutes to recharge per minute of air used.
Okay.
That seems fair. So if you're under for 3, you'll have to wait about 10.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So flying out there.
Yep.
and
Okay. Yeah.
As we go into
Sounds-
as we go into the sinkhole, could I use my "this is why we can't have nice things" to turn "worked everywhere" into a complication of the same die rating for a plot point?
Sure. What's the rating of worked everywhere?
D6. D6.
Cool.
I'll put it in.
I would like you to take an overconfidence complication. That is what the worked everywhere. So having worked everywhere, you're just like, hell yeah, easy peasy. I know this shit. That forwards and backwards. I know what's going on.
Okay.
If that is, it sounds like some appropriate flavor for you.
That sounds that sounds very appropriate. for
Excellent.
flavor.
Yeah, so Elizabeth flies out to the site, and after a while, it's pretty out there as far as the ocean goes. You're kind of the city of Dunwall disappears behind waves by the time you get out there, and you spot it. It is effectively this big rectangular ship that's been moored. Moored is the incorrect word. Moored is intentional. Wrecked,
abandoned. Washed up.
Yeah, there's
Like
a
at this
word.
point,
Run
it's
aground.
on.
On what looks to be a quite large and sharp rock formation that's like just underneath the waves at their lowest. And as you suspected, Lynn, you do see that it is filling and emptying with time. It does so pretty quickly. Ada's calculated your waves. And you've got maybe 20 minutes between each hit. Between each big hit. You're going to get smaller waves. You're going to get some added flooding and drainage as time goes on. But it looks like pretty much only the lower third is really affected by that, except for when the big ones hit. When the big ones hit, you see the whole thing just like get buffeted, and it like creaks and grows and like shifts a little bit, but it seems very solidly attached to this rock face.
So
It's at probably like if this is a 90-degree angle, it's at like an 85 degree angle. Not quite perfectly flat, but not like a 45. So it's definitely tilted to one side.
does it look safe enough to be upon if we need to stay aboard when the big one hits? Or is that like standing at the epicenter of an earthquake?
Not the second. I think it would be if you would like to know the answer to the former, I think you either need to make some good rolls or get on.
I'd like to make some good rolls.
Cool. Some other things you can notice from the air without needing to roll before you do that. It looks like a battleship. It clearly has like artillery mounting across the top deck of it. It has a very large alliance symbol across the bow. And you can see large puncture wounds all along the side of it. Like holes the size of like... How big is artillery? Like...
Big.
And I mean like frisbee-sized holes. Just like smattered all across the side of this thing.
Huh.
It's where you see most of the water draining out, actually. It's kind of nice. You see the wave hit, and then like the waves recede, and you see the water pouring out of all these different holes across the side of the ship.
So like you say holes, but like what made them? As in the rocks?
That'd be a good question to answer with either rolls or getting on.
Okay,
I'm
let's
gonna
get
roll
on.
Or both.
Doubt.
You will have an easier time learning with rolls if you are on the ship. You will have a harder time learning with rolls if you are not on the ship.
Yeah.
You could do some sensor scans. You could ask Ada to do some things. You could just stare at it real hard. You could try and draw some historical knowledge of the area or trivia or like cortex research. There's a lot of things you can do here to try and find out a little bit more about the situation. While you're considering what to do, I'm going to roll for Elizabeth. For just keeping her stable, keeping the Lovelace stable in like the Atmo just above this thing. I will do that. 12, 10, 8, 8. I'm just gonna set a flat difficulty of like 10 for this right now. I think that's reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
I really need to make a chart of like just default difficulties. Okay, we're good. She has rolled a 15. Nope, that's not a 15. That's a 13. Still a success. So she's keeping her steady for now.
Alright.
And I'm going to let that hold until the situation changes.
Do we know where we are in the timetable?
You can be wherever you choose to be. Whenever 20 minutes passes, Elizabeth ascends outside of wave range and then descends again.
Okay.
Derby.
Derby?
So, my suggestion is, well, we strip the outside first of whatever sensors are left. Then we move in.
Yeah. Do we actually? Is there a way to do a scan to see if those sensors are even online? Like, is this thing somehow still?
Yeah, absolutely.
Scanning?
So yeah, you do a scan. We're not going to roll dice for this because I'm not going to give you a lot of details. If you would like more details, I'm going to ask you for dice. Rudimentary scan gives you a few things. Fuel cells are offline but charged. The ship's cold, meaning there's no running machinery currently.
Okay.
Yeah, that's about it. That's what I'm going to give you.
Derby would like to do a quick look around using actual rolls.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Are you rappelling down and like getting down there for like a 20-minute bout? Or are you gonna
I'm gonna try and do this a bit. Derby's is gonna do something quicker if that's okay.
Okay.
Gonna try and do his own sort of scan.
Absolutely.
For the most part.
Definitely.
So a sort of mental roll.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'll roll some
if
stakes.
specifically, he's using his DDoS machine to essentially just probe for whatever sensors are still working. Like what can be jammed, what sensors are active.
So you don't need to roll for that. There aren't any. The ship is not on.
Okay. All right.
The vessel as a whole is non-active, though that could change because the fuel cells are active. Or not active, but they're charged.
Cool.
In that case, that was my plan, so never mind, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Right. I guess like the only good ways to go down ourselves.
No, we're basically ready to go down. Yeah, we're gonna wait for basically the next start of the timer, quote unquote, and I'll get down first. Then the two of you after.
Mm-hmm.
bundled up in your wetsuits. How does your sheath fit over a wetsuit, Lynn?
It is. You definitely had to jerry rig it.
All right, reasonable.
It's secure, but it is not where it normally sits.
Sure. So you land on the deck of the ship, relatively safe. It's a little hard to keep your footing, but ships are built to be stood on in adverse conditions. So you got things to hold on to, you got stuff to get into. There's a couple ports and doors where you can get below decks if you want to. Now on the deck proper, you can see that there is this big frame effectively in the top of this vessel. Big frame. Big like hangar doors, it looks like, that could open up on the top that are currently shut.
Hmm.
I'm immediately gonna go for the hangar doors.
Yeah, so the unopenable currently. They would require to be. You notice that they would need to be powered. They're also massive. They're bigger than the Lovelace. They span like probably like half of the length of the top of the vessel.
I see.
How thick are they?
Hard to tell from the top. They are definitely solid metal.
I try a test cut with my laser. Question mark?
Do you stop after you get like 4 inches down into solid metal?
Yeah, I think that's probably a good sign that that's gonna take like the whole day. All right, so that's inefficient.
You got other entry options. You got like portholes. Those are the things you look through. Hatches. You got like a few hatches across the top of the deck. Some at the tip, up where the ship is the highest in the water. Some near the back where it's the lowest, and probably one in the middle.
Derby says, like I said before, though, I think we can. The inside can wait. Let's make sure there's everything else. Everything outside that's worth getting has been gotten.
I mean,
So you want to run like a proper salvage operation on this thing?
Mm-hmm.
I might do a little captain override on this shit. This is not our usual job, and we have one objective. I'm not trying to haul this whole damn thing in. I want the one thing that we came for. I do not want to waste our time or our crew's time.
I'm done with the mission. Lynn's gonna go for a hatch. In that case.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Time to get this shit done.
Yeah, you crack open a hatch. It takes some effort, but you're a strong boy.
A hearty boy.
A hearty boy. Yeah, you crack open a hatch. Maybe let some water drip in, and step down the ladders to get into the area. This ship is huge. This much is obvious. So I have a few questions, I guess. Or maybe more statements. Your major challenges here are going to be navigating the ship and simply maneuvering around the ship. And both of those are going to be contingent upon either your destination or your desired destination. So like where you intend to go or where you are looking for. It sounded like the things you were looking for before. So you have your goal, right? You have the prototype submersible that Masuno asked you to go look for. Lynn, you sounded like you were looking for potential safe spots for when the waves hit.
Yep.
And Derby, you are interested in more of the electronics core of this thing.
Yeah, Derby.
Now, it sounds like you have
Derby...
3 goals and 3 people, so...
Time to split the party.
Oh, God.
Derby says, okay, so Captain points to his harness. If you need me to go somewhere, I can probably get there a bit easier than you can. I want to look for parts for Ada. And that's one of the reasons why I suggested we get this new job. What do you want me to do? Where do you want me to go?
You got a really damn good point. All right.
But if you need me to get somewhere, I can probably get there easy. More easy than you.
Yeah. I say, you're a smart man, Derby. Trust your gut. See what you can find. Lynn's gonna focus on finding safe spots on the ship. I'm gonna figure out how the heck we're gonna get this thing out of here. So, comms on. I'll let you know if I need you anywhere specific anytime soon.
All right.
I'm going to add a complication to the scene.
Oh boy.
We currently have radio distortion, wind and waves, and wave timetables. Wave timetables being an asset. And I am going to add thick hull. Thick
hull.
At a D6, which means communication from the internal to the external and within the internal is going to be difficult without using the ship's internal communication systems.
Okay.
But if we're on the outside, it's fine. Right?
Yep.
Okay.
Relatively speaking.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody wants to go first. I'm happy to. I'm ready to.
Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna be
go.
trying to figure out where this
Some
thing is
blanket observations as you all explore this ship. Just like for everyone to begin with. You notice there are two prominent features of the halls and rooms that are just kind of spattered about. That being non-operational robots. There's a lot. It appears that there was a lot of automated crew on this vessel before it got sunk. They're not androids. They're not like, they don't look like humans. They're like the nautical equivalent of Roombas, where you've got like big cleaner bots, and they're gonna have like appendages and things like that. Some of them are vaguely bipedal. Some of them are like kind of tank-like in big things. They're maintenance and maintenance and work and other miscellaneous utility.
So they kind of look like the robots that exist right now in our reality that like dance and move around and
yeah, kind of
things, but are just better at it.
But like also bigger. Like think about have you all seen Aliens? The sequel to Alien, where Ripley's in like this big like industrial mech thing at the end of the movie.
Yes.
Think that for like aesthetic. But they're fully automated. They don't have like a cage with a person in it. That's just like what they are. And some of them have treads, and some of them have legs, and some of them have grapple arm. We can describe them further as necessary, if necessary. The other thing you notice is skeletons. There are a few of them. Most of them are encrusted in some level of sea life, mostly crustaceans and barnacles and the like. Almost all of them are just kind of like scattered throughout. Some of them are in big pieces. The ones that you notice are in big pieces are usually next to big holes. Or have pieces missing. Those are the ones that are generally near big holes. And you also notice that because of how like currents move throughout the ship, bones aren't super like heavy, right? They're gonna get moved by currents, so occasionally you'll come along a stairwell where like a pile of bones has like gathered because of how the currents have flowed down into the separate corridors of the ship. This
is beautiful.
This wasn't a like, because of its relative automation, this wasn't a massive crew. Like, you're not looking at thousands of casualties, but it's a big ship, and there were a lot of people on it.
That do be making some sense, as much as it's...
So how good are you all at avoiding booby traps left behind by paranoid members of the Alliance?
Jesus
Oh
Christ.
shit.
Probably
I
pretty
guess-
good at it, actually.
Let's see. He has a
Mediocre at best.
D6 in move and a D8 in hard luck.
That seems pretty good.
Oh no, if that's shit. The answer is shit. The answer is dog shit. If like
Left
bad
his dog shit on this boat.
Oh, would a booby trap count? Would stumbling into a booby trap count as stumbling into a situation I shouldn't be in? Or
Absolutely. Yes.
give me that.
I'm gonna
plot
roll
point,
some
please.
generic stakes. You get a plot point. Congratulations.
Yeah, back to 2, baby.
All right, so we're gonna set stakes for the other 2 members of this. Ooh, 2d6. Thank you, 2d6. That's an 11. So what kind of spotting and/or avoiding booby traps skills do you have?
I have a D10 move, so that feels pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Spotting is bad, but avoiding. Well, I'm a pretty mixed bag. It's gonna be hard. This is gonna be really rough, no matter how I spin it.
I'll give you yeehaw. If you're just like, if you can run past it before it goes off, if you're just like charging
You know what?
through this place, I'll give it to you.
I will absolutely rush this.
You're in a hurry. You want to get your objective done. Also, it's
Yeah,
dangerous and scary.
What can I just ask? Like, what is the booby trap that is happening? Like, as it is happening.
That's mostly
what
going to
am I-
depend on how good you succeed or fail.
Oh.
I have several in mind.
Oh. I
Okay,
was
so the-
thinking, can one use sword to make a booby trap?
Yes. I'm going to say yes.
All right.
The GM, I'm saying yes.
Okay.
I'm encouraging active play.
Since I'm trying to avoid and not to, like, see, can I use physical?
Sure.
Okay, so that's gonna be.
I think for you, Cap, this is effectively whether or not you can get past it after you have not spotted and triggered it.
Indiana Jonesing the shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
As opposed to
You're
Lynn,
fucking
who
your way
has
out of it.
spotted and is attempting to disarm one.
Maybe literally. We'll find out.
So yeehaw physical and move. Seems like my. I think that's it. I think that's all I can do.
Yeah.
It's all bad.
It's alright, failure is interesting.
Okay. Oh, okay. 8, 4, 2.
Yeah, that's a 12, which is more than an 11.
Ah,
Just barely. By the skin of your teeth.
yeah, I knew that one was gonna be rough.
Lynn?
By the teeth of your skin. All right. So.
By the teeth of your ass.
Ooh, there we go. That's my favorite type of teeth. Anyways,
Awful.
you're the one who said it. Okay.
I know. That doesn't make it less awful.
So I've got to. I guess I'm fighting my way through this. D10 on fight. D8 and or physical.
I'm not sure I'm giving you fight.
All right, we can still use the D10 and move then. All right.
I think fight implies a combatant.
I see. Okay. So yeah, so D10 and move, D8 and physical, D8 and sword, question mark D8 in Street Samurai.
How much guerrilla warfare did you do in Street Samuraiing?
I don't know.
This is urban fighting, I would say.
Yeah? Alright, we'll give it to you.
All right. So this kind of upped my chances pretty well. I appreciate.
We're saying yes
boy.
today.
So that is a 15.
That's more than an 11.
It sure
It is
is.
not 5 more than an 11.
8 plus 7.
So you
is
don't
15.
get yet an additional big damn hero die.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
It is.
I really wanted one.
I know. Okay, so Captain.
Yes.
Most of these have been linked to hatches and doors.
Oh.
which are just like either small explosives or net casting. I think I'll let you pick which one. But either way, you're just like kicking through doors and bursting through them, and you're just like the door you're heading through is a little bit open, right? So you just bust through it, keep going down the hallway. You're at like super power walking pace. You are not slowing down for any bullshit. And then you just hear something go off behind you. I think it's more fun if it's an explosion.
I was like, nets are kind of like anticlimactic. Let's
So
make it
an
fucking-
explosion goes off, and you hear the door rend off of its hinges and like slam into the wall where you were like a couple seconds ago.
Fuck.
Um,
I think I just run faster. Like,
Yeah.
Shit. Okay. All right. The ship is exploding. That's bad.
Lynn, I think you notice it first. And are able to, but you're still using your sword and move and physical, right? So you're basically trying to disarm this the same way, which is just to get through it super fast. You're basically trying to get through this entryway faster than the pin can come out of the explosive. And you do, with the assistance of your sword.
I'm confused as to how that functions.
I think you, like... Do you know how car doors lock? And how you can get through them with, like, a jimmy bar?
Sure, yeah, yep.
So, like, you open the door slightly, spot the trap, and then go, alright, cool. Slip the blade of your sword, like, between the doorway and the thing, and use it to leverage open and also snap the explosive off of its, like, casing attached to the door. So you're simultaneously, like, moving through the door and flinging it away from you, using the leverage from your very strong metal sword.
Sick. All right.
Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah.
And Derby,
Mhm.
you get hit in the face by an exploding door.
Shit. No. Derby.
Oh, I'm not making a roll, am I? Oh, fuck.
No, you just decided that you just stepped into trouble.
Okay. I'll take it.
I think I just want you to be unconscious for 20 minutes.
No.
Is that acceptable to you?
That is acceptable.
Okay.
That sounds like a
You have
reasonable
stumbled
thing.
into trouble.
I did stumble into trouble. And that is in line with what has happened before, so I will take it.
I think all of this happens pretty closely in succession. You've got 15 minutes until the next wave hits. And Cap and Lynn, you have both just discovered that this ship is trapped.
Yeah, I think
Oh, Derby's unattended.
And Derby is radio silent.
Sure is, yeah. I think
Did we all kind of split up at a certain point then? Did we not all go down the same hatch?
It sounded like you were all heading for different
Ah.
parts of the
slightly
ship.
different
Okay,
directions.
all right.
Derby was headed towards the bridge, or whatever.
I was headed towards whatever the other entrance would be to, like, that.
Right.
The inside of
And
the hangar.
there are some navigational guides on the interior.
Yeah.
So Derby's headed for the bridge. Cap, you're probably headed for the hangar.
Yes.
Would make sense to me.
Yeah,
And
okay.
Lynn, you're looking at whatever might be reinforced. So probably the armory, if that makes sense.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't know what Lynn would think would be a reinforced and safe location on the ship.
It's what I'm looking for specifically is like where can we be that we can hold on to or secure ourselves to.
Maybe
that-
air pocket type rooms that are sealable.
Not even air pockets. Like I'm up for withstanding the force of wave coming into ship, but finding a place that is secure enough to do that.
Yeah.
But air pockets work too. you know?
Somewhere you're not going to get like swept away by the
Yeah, and, like,
massive
tossed
water
into
pressure
steel.
inserting itself into this ship every 20 minutes.
Yeah. Yep. Well,
so do you
Derby,
like call each other on the radio, or are you just like?
Well, yeah, I was about to say, as soon as the captain, like, gets past that one explosion and like, backs himself into a corner, it's like, okay, like, goes on the comms and is like, tread cautiously. This place is rigged to hell.
Is that what we hear too, like from the captain because of the hole?
No. So it's a little staticky for y'all,
But we can hear it.
but
Can
you
I
can
even
hear
hear
each
it
other. So
on the ship?
on the ship, you get once every like 3 syllables, as long as they're below deck.
Oh.
And that's probably what you hear.
Oh god.
Yeah. Felix is gonna try and check in every 10 minutes, I think. Just to make sure everything is okay. Because he has no fucking idea and nothing's coming through, basically. He's trying not to panic.
All right. If Solus gets no reply from the other crew, he's just gonna like. All right.
I think just to like say that he's heard it, Lynn's just gonna be like copy.
Okay.
Because communication is key.
Derby, confirmation of contact. Derby. Fuck. First things first, I think Captain's gonna continue to the hangar, though.
Yeah. Okay. Lynn, what are you up to?
Captain, you want me to keep trying Derby? We might just have like some radio interference.
Yes. See if you can't get in contact. If you can't get him in the next 5 minutes, let's try and meet back up top.
Copy. And from there, like probably every 60 seconds, Lynn is just gonna call for Derby and see if he can get contact with them while moving towards.
I lost my accent. just me for a second.
Oh God, what am I doing with this accent? This isn't fucking right.
It's transferred. Yeah. So, Captain, in the next 5 minutes, you make it to the hangar.
Cool.
Yeah.
Probably like 10 minutes in already.
Yeah, it's
Moving closer to.
yeah. I think you're 10 minutes in, and you've got 10 minutes till the next wave.
All right.
You are at the upper part of. You can see out into the hangar, but you are not like in the hangar. If that makes sense. Because to get down into the hangar is going to take more time, and probably a different route. Or you could just jump, but you know. So the hangar is the vast majority of the ship's internal contents. You can see that it's flooded at one end, which is the end much that's tipped down further into the water. It looks like it's still draining from the last wave, because this is a big hollow space and can hold a lot of water. And the you see inside that there are several vessels. One of which specifically there are several of the same vessel, which looks like what in my mind is the platonic ideal of a submarine.
Yeah.
But like it's black and it's got like angular panels on it. And they're quite small. Fairly reasonable. I'm gonna say the size of size-wise, if you took two, like, vans and put them end to end, like, back to back, about that
Yeah.
big.
Okay. Is it like would it click in my mind that seems to be the prototype?
Prototype? Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That would make sense.
I think they're labeled. There's like PP1 and PP2 and PP3 and PP, like they're labeled across the whole thing.
Haha, PP. Okay. So there's water in here. Looking down at the water, could I tell, like, if I tried to jump into that water, am I just gonna hit metal and
Yes.
shit? Okay.
Yes.
Like there's
From
nowhere
here.
where it seems
So
like it'd be
the way I'm
to-
imagining, so like if this is our hangar, right, in a 2D sense, it's at like an 85-degree angle.
Yeah. And
This
it's
much
all-
is in water, and you're here,
Okay. Oh.
looking
so I
down
couldn't-
at the hangar.
Okay. Shit.
I mean, you can try it if you don't want legs anymore.
I like my legs.
You also brought a grappling hook. Like, you could try and get down there if you wanted to.
That's true.
Also relevant is the hangar doors you noticed from the top side of the ship are above you, above this entire enclosure.
Ooh. Do I see anything that looks like a control panel or like control area for this specific area?
Yeah, so that's actually pretty close to where you are. So up here to the side, you actually like kind of look to the side a bit, and you see this effectively like overhang kind of control area with all these panels and switches and shit.
Okay.
Relevant, none of the lights are on in any of that.
All right. I would like to approach them and just start mashing buttons that look relevant anyways. To see what
Mashing
happens.
buttons that look relevant. Got it.
Is there like an on-off switch?
So, the big thing is you're just not getting any power.
Right. Okay. So
Like
it's-
it nothing looks particularly well. Things look broken, but like the things that are broken, like you're just not getting any power. And this is not the place where you would turn on the power to the boat.
Got it. Right. Well, yeah. Okay. You never know. Maybe we just like
I mean,
wake up.
Hey,
It's like
it's in sleep mode. It's got to slap a touchscreen a few times.
can't assume the door is just locked. You gotta jiggle the knob
Yeah,
or whatever.
this is true. I've played Silent Hill.
Okay. That's a lot of good information so far.
You've got 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Lynn,
and
It's 5 minutes later and you've got no contact from Derby.
Have I at least found the armory?
Yes.
Okay.
It's mostly drones. Like big, which, and by drones I mean effectively like rectangles on treads with guns.
Oh, cool.
Or quadcopters with guns.
Sweet.
They're in like charging banks around the room. And there's also some like conventional weaponry. Most of it has either been like discombobulated or rolled around or stuff like that. The thing with Alliance weaponry is a lot of it is energy based instead of ordnance, like proper ammunition. And it's also made out of a lot of plastics rather than metal casings. So most of it's just smashed. And what hasn't been smashed has leaky fuel cells.
Gotcha.
Like
But this looks-
battery corrosion times 10,000.
Okay. But this looks like if we get hit, this is a place that would be safe.
Yeah, so like if you basically like so it's got like effectively a safe door on it. I think you actually see this is a fun visual. That room isn't particularly near the hull, but one of the artillery shells that hit the side of this actually managed to penetrate through to it, and there is a pretty decently sized dent in the side of this room, and then just a slug the size of a loaf of bread on the ground next to it.
Aw.
That's not dangerous at all.
No, it's not. Don't worry about it.
Definitely.
But the room is solid, and if you close the door, like
Just realized slug as in like a bullet, or
yes,
Like
a
an artillery.
slug is in the size as in like a bullet, not slug as in like the aquatic creature. They were just firing slugs at this, firing just little snails, just cannoneering snails onto this boat.
Their shells are very
Dude, Weather Report is my favorite JoJo character.
okay.
Yeah, so cool souvenir if you want to bring it with you.
dangerous souvenir.
Thoroughly dented. How do you like just like big? Would it be made out of steel or just a lot of lead? I don't know. I don't know what artillery shells are made out of.
Probably a little bit of both.
Yeah.
If we're being honest.
But if you like winched the door shut, this room would be safe when a wave when the ship gets hit by a wave.
Okay. Well, in that case, then I've got to go find Derby because he's radio silent.
Yep. And you know that he was heading for the remind me, Derby? Bridge. You're not Derby, but thank you.
But I remember.
You did remember, and that is the useful thing. And the bridge is near the top of the ship. You're in, so like, Captain's kind of in the back, you're in the middle. Derby was headed for the top, so you're probably closer than Captain to wherever Derby might be.
Then time is of the essence here, so I'd like to kind of get a move on.
Yeah. I would like to make a roll for this because I think failure is interesting in this situation.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so stakes. You've got a thick hull. That's hard. The fact that this place is just kind of like pretty hard to navigate is why I'm giving it like a D8 for difficulty. Okay. And radio distortion, meaning that you can't actually like triangulate where he's coming from. And I think there's a lot of ways you could try to do this. Like, you could try and pick up on the radio signal. You could try and... You can just, like, brute force. Like, use your move skill to just, like, I am searching as much of this ship as possible at any given point in time. Oh, I'm also going to add a D6 for the traps. That seems reasonable. Just having to passively find and deal with booby traps. Booby traps. D6. I rolled a 1, which is an opportunity. And an 8 and a 5, which is a 13 total for stakes.
Oh, that's going to be hard.
So there's an opportunity, so you may spend a plot point to roll back a complication.
Let's see what we got here. That's Derby. That's Solace. Where the fuck am I?
Situational and scene is probably the most pertinent complications currently.
You could get rid of the radio problems, kind of, at least not as bad.
You could make radio distortion less of an issue. You could get rid of thick hull, which would make your radios work.
I'd like to get rid of booby traps.
Hell yeah. Awesome. So you expend a plot point to effectively
Set them all off.
you basically just figure out how these work, right? So they're just no longer a problem. And I think you communicate that to Captain too. Is just like, hey, if you open the door, like, so these people still had to get around the boat, right? So they had to figure out how they have like a way, like a way of diffusing it, and you figure that out and communicate that to Captain. Derby doesn't know that yet, but
He will soon.
he's not going anywhere yet.
The only thing that I can really think of for this role, if I could click, and I cannot, there we go, is just move in physical.
Yeah.
I don't really think I've got a whole lot else that I can do. So
if you got some plot points.
Yeah, well, 13 is pretty high.
It is pretty high.
We'll see what I get. So that's a 9 and a 1.
Okay, so you get a plot point. And I get to make a complication worse.
Shit.
At least I got rid of booby traps.
Ooh, you did get rid of booby traps. And you have Big Damn Hero dice, if you think that would be useful.
You do have...
Quite a few, if I remember correctly.
I have some. Like, you know.
What am I going to make worse?
It's just 7 Big Damn Hero dice.
I'm going to make the wind and the waves worse.
Oh, fuck.
So that's up to a D12.
Oh, that's okay.
Which is the
That's
highest
as
it can
as
be.
That goes.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Elizabeth radios in, and you can only hear some of it, mentioning that the weather conditions are worsening rapidly. But you only get like one every 3 syllables out of that, so you just get like, wind, get, bad. That's about it.
Get. Oh, okay. All right.
Derby. Do you think failure is interesting in this moment, or do you think I should roll to try and save you?
I mean, failure is interesting. It could lead to death. I don't see how Derby lives. Unless
I'm not gonna kill you for this.
You'll probably get. The worst I could think of is like swept away. We'll see how that turns out.
Cole, would you argue that a way to take me out of the scene would involve you would have to roll to take me out of the scene?
I would say that. Like, so if you are unconscious when this wave hits, you're going to be able to make a roll to figure something out with it.
Failure is perfectly interesting.
All right, then Lynn does not get to you.
Yeah, so you've got 5 minutes until the next wave hits.
He tries his damnedest, though.
And Derby's still missing.
And
Captain, I can't reach him. I don't know where he is.
Fuck. And there's definitely, like, I'm on basically the opposite side. There's no, I am literally more than 5 minutes away.
You have exactly enough time to breach the deck and get back to the Lovelace, or get to Lynn and get in the armory, or do neither of those things and try and find Derby.
It would really suck if we both get fucking like washed away or some shit, though.
It will be easier if you're together.
Yeah. I don't like the idea. Okay. I think the captain really hates the situation. I want to be with Derby at the absolute least. I'm gonna tell Lynn, bunker down. I'm going to try and be with Derby, and see what we can do, because I don't want him to be fucking alone.
I'm gonna say that I could survive this.
I mean,
Captain doesn't know that yet.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm acting as if you could fucking die. So,
Lynn is just gonna protest. He's gonna be like, Captain, I don't think that's a good idea. You should really find me and just ride this wave out. I'm sure he's fine, but you know, communicator probably just malfunctioned, got wet, something like that.
I'm going to Derby. And
So we already did. So we had it before, 2d6 plus the d8.
Okay.
We no longer have the. Oh no, sorry. It's just a d6 and a d8 now, because we took care of booby traps.
What are Derby's complications? Let me see his.
I have a couple.
Oh, but yours are not relevant.
Primarily overconfidence right now. And the D8.
Although
Radio disruption.
overconfidence doesn't affect me if I'm unconscious, does it?
Yeah, it's kind of
No, I don't think it does. So we're just trying to get Cap to Derby right now.
Yeah.
So that would be whatever skills you think are appropriate. I'm absolutely giving you both ship's captain and yeehaw.
Yeah, I was about to say, because I literally have a thing that's protect the crew, but I don't think it really applies in this situation. Yeehaw.
What's
so
it say? What's protect the crew?
Protect the crew. When a crew member is in the same scene as you and acquires a complication, spend 1 plot point to take it away and step it back.
Yeah, probably not super useful in this situation.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work.
Derby hasn't acquired any complications. I've just taken kind of the hard decision of
Right.
lacks agency for a period of time.
Ship's captain, yeehaw, physical?
Yeah.
And...
I'll give you move or notice or labor
Where's my notice?
or focus.
Focus?
Any of those?
Yeah, I'll take that. That
Yep.
all sounds good to me.
All right.
I'm scared.
Well, you shouldn't be. I rolled a double opportunity and a 6.
Oh.
So stakes are
Oh,
at
boy.
6.
Okay.
And there is a double opportunity available. So you can spend a plot point to step something back 2 tiers.
Ooh. Okay. Radio distortion. I don't
Yeah.
like that we can't talk to the rest of our crew.
Okay.
So I'm gonna spend that plot point. Shoot, that's gone. By plot point.
All right. So the radios between the Lovelace and the ship clear up. The storm that's coming in is actually like managing to clear some of the electromagnetic field interference going on between the 2 locations at the moment. So now Felix and Elizabeth and Doc can actually properly hear everyone on the ship.
Crazy how that works. Oh, that was a lot
Checking in, you have about 1 minute until the next wave hits.
We're gonna weather it down here.
Hearing that, Elizabeth immediately starts ascending,
Yep.
getting up out of the way.
Captain, have you found a safe spot to be yet?
Working on it. 8, 6, 2, 2. So
That'd be a 14.
Yep.
Which is more than 5, more than a 6. So you get a D8, Big Damn Hero die.
yeah.
And you find Derby, who is conked out in the middle of a hallway, and you see that a door got blasted off its hinges, like right in front of him. And you can like, I'm gonna say that you being there, he's awake now, like groggily, but like you can wake him up pretty much immediately.
All right.
There's a lot of water in the vicinity. You can just splash him. Movie stuff.
Yeah. Come on, Derby. Come back to me.
No.
Don't. You get your ass. Just shake some weight.
Dad, no, I'm not running the training camp again.
Derby, you're not in the training
Let
camp.
the light
Derby.
take me.
Derby. I need you with me, bud.
You've got a minute until the next wave hits.
Should I roll a wake up roll or something?
No, you're groggy and awake. I'm gonna add that complication if that's fine. Groggy, is that okay?
Groggy seems fine. It's better than unconscious.
Groggy but awake.
Groggy.
Groggy, but
Oh,
Comma.
hell yeah, my steak and shake just got here. I'll be right
Oh
back.
man, I want steak and shake.
I literally have not eaten in almost 30 hours.
Please eat.
Oh my gosh, eat.
Please eat.
I'll be right
now,
back.
Right this minute.
Fuck. If I might. Oh wait, you know what? No, that's reasonable. Never mind.
I'm just gonna try and like tether us down. You've got your boy tether.
Yeah.
Like, I'm
Fine.
gonna try and find some like railing and just like keep you steady and tie us down. And get our like rebreathers like at the ready at least.
That seems reasonable.
Mm.
Oh, I should add the asset for the scene of wetsuits.
Wetsuits, yeah.
I'm gonna put them at
Was it
D6.
a D6?
Yep. All right. So, Cap, sounds like you're making the roll then, and Derby, you can help.
Seems sound. Yeah.
For tying the two of you down.
Mm-hmm.
Tying yourselves off to the mast before one of you gets thrown over by Long John Silver.
No good.
All right, so you'd be rolling against Wind in the Waves at D12.
Oh Lord.
Sorry. Clunked out for a second. My internet clunked down for a second. What did you just say, Cole?
It sounds like Cap is making the roll to tether you both down, and you would be helping, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Give yourself.
I'll give you the labor die. Absolutely,
yes.
for this roll.
That's a D8.
That's a D8 I don't have.
Or lots of stuff. There, you could basically pick a skill, and I'll probably say yes. But you're going to be rolling against the Wind and the Waves. You're going to be rolling against Thick Hull. Difficulty, this is going to be pretty fucking difficult. I'm going to say D10.
What dice can you roll, Captain?
So, I'm saying just assets.
Okay.
Captain, you're going to get wave timetables, wetsuits, salvaging equipment, and whatever Derby's die gave you. So that's 4 dice off the bat.
Okay.
Because you've prepared for this.
So 2d6s, d8 for salvaging equipment.
Mm-hmm.
What was you gonna give me, Derby?
A D8 for labor.
D8 for labor. Let me look back. Survival? You okay?
Yeah, I'd definitely give you survival.
Physical?
Sure, absolutely. Ship's captain, absolutely.
Sweet.
You're protecting the crew.
I think that's about it.
All right.
This is a lot of dice, Jesus.
Hey, Derby.
Mm-hmm.
You get a plot point.
Wonderful.
So that is stakes at 11. 5 plus 3 plus 3.
Okay, that was so many dice. Okay. 8, 5, or no. 8, 7, 6, 5,
So
5, 4, 3. Okay.
So
So
8 7 is
it's
15, which is more than 11. But not 5 more than 11. So no big damn hero dice. The wave hits.
Yeah.
Lynn, you get like knocked off your feet, but you're completely safe and stable. You hear the water like pounding against the door of this as it all like rushes in and rushes out. Good thing you had the rebreathers on, Cap and Derby, because you just get crushed by rushing water, effectively. Like, the flow just pins you against the side of the corridor that you're in and pulls you down with the force of takeoff, effectively. But because you tied yourselves down and worked on it, and you've got your rebreathers, you managed to hold, and since Derby was headed towards the front of the ship, it drains pretty quickly. Now, relevant, you note that wave was real strong. The ship lurches. And you hear some loud groaning. And I'm going to add a complication to the scene at D6, which is the ship is slipping.
Oh, fuck.
Proceed. You've got 20 minutes until the next wave hits.
Sorry,
and the
that's
Lovelace
me in
descends.
pain coughing, and also me in real life coughing.
Both.
Felix checks in once more after like a minute of it, like the water settling down.
Derby just croaks
How is
out.
everyone doing?
Alive. God.
We're alive. We're okay.
Yes,
I
everyone's
love the
accounted
idea
for.
that there's just like a bunch of crosstalk as we're all checking in.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Felix is very much, please give me a status report. He's now gone from every 10 minutes to every 5 minutes.
Reasonable.
Do note, we did just feel movement on the ship. This ship may be going down here shortly. We're gonna try and make this fast. I need another fucking lozenge.
Noted. Please, please, please be careful in there.
Will do.
Alright.
Alright.
So, Cap, I'm willing to acquiesce that we get the original job done first right now. But there is stuff I really, really hope we can find here besides main objective.
I'll give you a few more minutes. We're this close to the bridge. You've got the next 10 minutes. I'm going back. I found where they're keeping the prototypes.
Give me 5.
When you're on the bridge, see if you can't power this thing on somehow.
I will.
Um,
Alright, so Derby is going to, I guess, first 5 minutes, do that. Try and look around, try and...
Oh, I assume you both also inform him about how to disable the booby traps.
yes, yeah. We quickly go over that.
Are you sure?
Yes. Yes.
I mean, if you want to step in another one, you can. That's just a
That's
choice you're allowed to make.
I have 3 plot points. I
You
could
have,
step back
you could
into
get some more
conversations.
plot points.
Oh, God. Derby.
Yeah. So you head to the bridge then, Derby.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's high tech as hell. This is probably the highest level tech you have seen, maybe ever. Well, so it is military tech. It is military alliance tech. So it's really up there, but it's also from the Unification War. So you got it would be really high tech 15 years ago.
Still high tech in my stand.
It's still a lot. It's
Look.
still hella tech.
Cutting edge military tech from a couple of years ago is still probably more high tech than what Derby's used to.
Yeah. And there you find means, I'm just going to say, you find means to turn on the power if you so desire in the ship.
Okay. I was thinking I was going to have to fix it, but okay.
It seems like it's pretty much just a switch that's thrown at the moment.
Okay. Power is on.
All right. So you've activated the emergency lockdown protocol.
Oh. Oh.
Kind of. You power on everything, effectively. You supply power to the ship. Which means a few things happen. Firstly, lights go on. We see, like, you've got little... It's not, like, floodlights. It's not standard lights. You've got, like, emergency power lights. So, like, the, like, red... everything's in, like, reds and oranges and yellows. Enough to illuminate so that you can see, but not quite enough that it's, like, floodlit or anything like that. Panels are on, things like that. And you note, from the control panel, just, like, most of the ship's systems are down. But you note that the hangar's getting power, the armory's getting power, all the maintenance bots are getting power, well, the flood pumps are really trying. They're getting power, but they're really trying. All of which is great. Lynn, you're probably the first to notice this. All the drones around you power on.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
They are currently asleep, but they have power now.
It just turns into Breath of the Wild. You see, like...
Do I see anything?
Lasers, like, from all of them.
Is there anything visible? Like,
Yeah,
that
so you
power's
see
been restored
lights,
from the
like,
outside?
yeah, you see, like, lights light up all across the length of the ship. And you see, like, increased water flow from the bottom of the ship as the flood pumps are trying to, like, dry it out somewhat.
Alright. And there's one thing
you see everything reset, like if you just booted on a computer. So all the artillery turrets on the top of the thing, which have over time like slid into like whatever is gravitationally most important to them. They all like align forward and lock into place.
Spooky.
Okay.
Derby at this thought gets something of an idea.
Uh-oh.
Derby will is there like a microphone to speak into?
Yep, there's a shipwide comm system.
Computer. Status, he says into a microphone.
Warmind AI currently unoperational. Would you like to activate?
War mind. We give Ada
Activate
war
unlimited
unit.
capacity. All controls set to manual.
Access denied.
Yeah, basically. I think it I would like to settle this with dice more than I would like to settle it with role playing, because I don't know how to role play a security protocol currently. And I think you have dice appropriate to this situation.
Yes,
so
I
are you attempting to control the systems? Because I'm going to go ahead and say you can so you can do that manually. You don't need to work on that. Or if you're looking for parts for Ada, then you might have to do a little bit of digging, but they're there. There is an AI on this ship.
No, there's multiple things he's trying to do.
Okay.
With it.
What's the first thing you're trying to do?
First thing he's trying to do is he's trying to get the ship's records.
Interesting. Okay. That's going to be pretty easy. Because it's basically just documents. People don't keep their Word docs under particularly hard lock and key.
Also black box information too.
All right, slightly harder. You're rolling up against 3d6.
Okay.
That's a 9 total.
Okay, so I'm gonna say, would this probably be a mental?
Yeah.
Okay, a mental. Could I advocate for DDoS machine, as in whenever I come up against a security protocol or
Absolutely.
passwords, I just bombard it with passwords.
100%.
Yeah. Okay. So D8 mental, D8 physical, D8 DDoS. Would this be operate?
Yeah.
Or,
I'll give you that.
okay.
I'll also give you a fix for this in particular. Because it's a broken... You're trying to extract stuff from a broken system.
Right. And hard luck case, maybe?
Yeah, you just got knocked out. I'll go to you.
Okay.
I'm really bad at figuring out what... I'm still not sure I fully understand what that means. Let me know if you want to have a conversation about more judiciously figuring out when that should or shouldn't be active.
We do need a conversation about that. But, alright, in that case, that'll be 4d8.
Alright.
1 second, I'm going to my... Alright, so... A 4, a 5, 4, and a 1.
So that's a 9, which matches stakes, but does not raise stakes.
I'll just use that plot point to bring it up to 4 or 5. 4 or 5 or 4.
Alright.
I'll use that plot point, essentially, that I just gained to bring it up to a 13.
Cool. So yeah, you succeed. You get basically a file dump. If you want to spend the time to look at them now, you may. But it's a lot of information. So you get black box files, so the records of what happened immediately before system shutdown. You get some mission files. You get basically everything that's not encrypted. And some stuff that is encrypted.
Alright.
So work logs, who was here, ship records, location manifests, and then you get some encrypted stuff like orders, rank and file command. Yeah, you get some final transmissions. You get some Bioshock-esque audio logs.
Interesting. Okay. And I'm guessing if I stay longer, it's going to take more than 5 minutes, right?
Yes. I'm going to say 5 minutes per task.
So 5 minutes would have passed with this.
Yeah,
Okay, so now we have 15 minutes.
correct.
All right. Derby thinks about parts, but then thinks about money, and just goes back and says, "All right, Captain, I got what I need. Let's go."
Meet me in the hangar?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Captain, you're probably off toward the hangar already, right?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, you can get there in 5 minutes. You're back at the control panel, which is now powered on.
Sweet. I want to press the button that makes the thing open.
You do. It's clearly labeled. It's basically just like a big lever, and you hear just like this massive like engine motor whine as the roof slowly splits open and water pours in from the crack, from the just the residual water of being in the ocean, and all of that pours in, and sunlight like starts pouring into this massive chamber, and you can see the Lovelace far up above you. And Felix, you can see the top of the ship is opening.
Wait, Cole, did you do the I got a one? Did you since I got a one, did you do
You got a
anything
one.
with
I didn't. I'm gonna increase your overconfidence.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. He like
I
survived
succeeded
this
too
horrible
hard.
thing and just is like, I'm invincible.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for reminding me. Take a plot point for reminding. Yeah. So you do that. It is opening. It's going to take a while. It's going to take I'm going to say it's going to take 10 minutes to just become open.
Okay. But while it's opening,
Should we go to Lynn to see what they're doing?
I would like to resolve
This first.
this first. And
Okay.
I've got, don't worry. I've got, what's going on?
Then from there, I want to try and get down, or would it be quicker to try and find a new way down from the inside of the ship, or should I try and go topside and then just go down through the newly opened? Like, would I be able to get a sense of like how easy that would, like, which one would?
You know how to get to the deck, and the hole's hard to miss in the roof. You do not know a path from where you are down to the bottom of the hold yet.
Okay. Then I'm gonna go topside and enter through the little bit that's opened already.
You probably won't have time.
Shit. Okay.
You'll be able to get topside and get like your harness and shit configured with the Lovelace, but you probably won't be able to get down before the next wave hits. So you might want to just get back on the Lovelace for now?
Yeah.
And prep to, like, get the equipment to haul this thing into the Lovelace setup?
I think that sounds like a great plan.
Actually, yeah, that's perfectly fine. That is exactly what I would like to do.
Awesome. Lynn, there are robots all around you. And some guns.
And they're all asleep, yeah?
Yes. On and asleep.
And I move very slowly, very cautiously towards the door.
Yes.
And I start to unlock it.
Yes.
Do they move?
No. I imagine that's Lynn, just like weighing his options, just like, huh?
Yeah. How many are there?
A dozen. 6 drones, 8 drones, 4 treadbots.
I think because I don't know what's happening outside, and this is actually the first 5 minutes still for me. I think Lynn's just gonna like very quietly over comms be like, Captain, all of the war machines just turned on in the safe room. So I'm going to deactivate all of them very carefully, just so you know. And then, like, creeps down to do that.
Absolutely. I'll give you fight as a skill for this.
My honest to God, my thought was to like puncture the fuel cells.
Yeah, I'm imagining some sword dissection occurring.
Yeah.
You fought bionic opponents. I think you fought a robot at some point.
Oh, almost certainly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why not? Yeah. You
Um,
have as much time as we have. This thing is going down, so do what you got to do.
Well, if this room is going to
All right.
remain a safe haven, then I am going to do what I'm going to do.
I have
I'm
an
gonna
idea
throw a
for
D
if
in
this
this mix.
fails.
Ooh, do tell.
Well, are they going to be startled by like noise?
It depends on how much noise Lynn makes.
What I was gonna say, because this is all in that first 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Felix checks in every 5 minutes over comms.
That's fun. Hey, if you want that to just happen, I'll give you a plot point.
Sorry. Caroline,
Yes.
please.
I'm. Do you want it to happen?
Please. Don't get him. Don't get my boy killed.
Or do...
Let's have a robot fight.
Listen, this is
Robot fight actually
just
sounds
if
like a lot of fun.
I'm not doing anything. This is just if you fail.
You said you wanted to gook some mooks. I gave you mooks to gook.
I'm just saying. I'm giving the DM. I am giving this to you. As a
We'll see
fail.
how Lynn
This
does.
is my gift.
Yes. I
I have
faith
some
in
options.
Lynn. Felix has faith in Lynn.
All right, so that stakes at 16.
A little
Oh
less
my
faith in
God.
Lynn.
Oh no.
Ooh, man, a plot point would make this really spicy.
As much as I want to see this play out, I need to get something real quick. I'll be right back.
Go for it.
Well, that's what
I could make this really spicy.
How spicy we talking?
Lynn, how much of an epic robot fight do you want to have right now?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. You're getting a plot point, and I hope you use it.
Oh no.
I am increasing it from 16 to 22.
So, when you say you hope I use it, you mean during this next roll?
Yes. Because I think you might have to. So you got fight, you got physical.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think what that roll dictates, that stakes roll dictates, is that the drones are on.
Yeah.
Like, you have cracked open the door, and they went, hey, look, an intruder.
Ah.
In fact, I think you hear that specifically is just, like, you see, like, little beady, like, sensor eyes start lighting up across all of the drones. And they just start going, like, unidentified, passenger identified, present, no identification present, guns preparing, and you just hear, like, and now you get to roll.
Fuck. So I'm using everything.
Hell yeah. Firing everything, as one might say.
The sword.
Street Samurai, sword, fight, physical.
Whenever I use my sword in a gunfight, take an outranged complication
Oh,
of
yeah.
D8 and double your fight force
Oh yeah,
action.
absolutely. 100%. You're very outranged.
Yes.
Some of these are quadcopters.
This is a confined space, so they can't get that much.
The
height,
armory's
but-
pretty big, to be fair. It's not like that. Like, yeah, I don't think they can fly out of sword range for very long.
No.
But they do outrange you.
Yeah.
Gun is outrange sword, even at twice distance of sword.
boy. I'm gonna, just for myself, I'm gonna turn on some music I wrote.
Is it called Gooks and Mooks?
It should be, but it's not. That'd be a different.
Or is it Gex and Mex?
Ooh, I'll have to write that. All right. Yeah. Here we.
Rex and Mex.
Here we go.
Gooks and Mooks and Rex and Mex.
So that there is a 1 in there.
Ooh, fun. You get a plot point.
I've got 14.
That is 8 under. 9 under if you want to succeed.
Yeah.
What can you have plot points. What can you get up to using those plot points?
Much.
Yeah, quite a bit, I assume.
I'm gonna roll, if I can find it, a d12 with a plot point. Leaves me with 2 plot points. I'm gonna roll my d12. Come on, baby. 10.
Hey.
Hell yeah.
Very.
So that's
that
so
is
you are
24.
succeeding currently.
Yes.
Do you want me to describe this or do you want to describe this?
That's a good question.
Because you have single-handedly fought 12 military drones with a sword.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just Hanzo, or not Hanzo, what's
Genji.
Genji.
Genji fucking...
I was gonna fucking say Samurai Jack, but yeah, that works too.
It's probably more
And
like Samurai
any and all
Jack,
of the
to be
above.
honest. I think, as per usual, as soon as things start moving, Lin just books it. Like, sword out of sheath, like, cuts things in half very quickly, spins on dime. If he can deflect bullets, he can absolutely deflect energy beams.
Lasers.
I think it's probably significantly easier to deflect energy beams than lasers. And now, in this day and age, I would be surprised if your katana was not specifically designed to do so.
Yeah, I agree.
I think, if I may propose,
Sure.
this fight extends beyond the armory. So
I think it has to at a
it's
certain point.
spilled. So like you go, oh shit, and like stab a couple. You get a couple down, and then bash through the door, and end up like. I'm imagining a fight scene where you are simultaneously running away and dodging through these corridors while these drones like chase after you, and you are like slashing them down one at a time while also maintaining your distance and staying alive.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Does that sound
a
cool?
A lot of flipping. Happening.
Definitely. Mm-hmm.
I have an idea for what that 1 can mean in this role too.
Oh yeah? Do tell.
Exhausted.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
'Cause-
It's a lot.
Yeah, like it was. I was able to do it, but my God.
And this is the first time you've seen serious action after
That's
having
true.
been injured.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, just exhausted. And I think that probably takes you up to the 5 minutes to go.
You think it takes that long, or that short of a time, rather?
Would you prefer to have less time?
I just think my brain is like, wouldn't it like?
Yeah,
There's a
no.
lot of these. I'm trying to.
There's a
stay
lot.
alive.
You're trying to stay. There's 12, so like a little more than a minute a piece. Like, yeah, that's 20 minutes.
Yeah, like, and some of them are going to be exceptionally difficult because they can fly.
Yeah. How far away
so-
from the armory do you get?
I don't know, but I feel like I don't have a lot of time before that wave comes.
No, you don't. So, Captain, you're back on the ship, right?
Yeah, that's what we had.
Derby,
Figured out.
you had accompanied Captain to the hangar, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're probably
That's right.
with him.
Mm-hmm.
So, Lynn, you are alone on the ship, and you've got minutes until the wave hits.
Ooh.
Sorry, did you say a minute or minutes?
Minutes, like sub 3.
Okay. Okay.
Like while you were fighting the last robot and a half, Felix gave you the final alert before the wave hits.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Have roughly 120 seconds.
Oh boy. Lynn like taps his radio. I like hit my own earphone.
That's really funny.
Tactical.
And you're so.
That's really funny.
Like.
We need to LARP sometime.
Jesus Christ. we do.
Vampire the Masquerade LARP. Anyway.
I think he taps his radio and it's like just so out of breath. And he's just like, gang, I don't think I'm gonna make it to a room in time.
Derby says, "Do you need help?"
What do you say to that? I think the only help I'm gonna get is Jesus at this point.
And then the wave hits.
Oh shit.
Can okay. So I don't have. Derby doesn't have time to help him.
I don't.
You're
think
on the
I
ship.
have
There's minutes left, and Elizabeth is already risen.
Yeah.
So unless
Okay.
you intend to leap from the Lovelace down on,
I'm not,
which
I'm
you
not
may,
gonna do-
I'm saying yes. That is something you may do.
Nah.
No, all right. Yeah, the wave hits. How are you holding on, Lynn?
My question. I have one question.
Yeah.
Which way did the fight lead me? Was it further towards the bridge or further towards the hangar?
Do you want further to fall, but an easier time, or more to resist, but less room to fail?
That second one sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah? Okay. It's gonna be hard.
Sure.
You're right next to the hangar, basically. And it is just, especially now with the hangar doors open, like, water is here. So I'm gonna be rolling the wind and the waves, and the ship is slipping. Plus just like D10 difficulty, I think is reasonable. What are you doing to hold on? You get an opportunity.
Oh, okay. I think you also get my plus exhausted.
Oh, I super do.
I don't exactly know. I think he would find like a place to put his back against where he knows like I will be safe here because nothing will crush me aside from the water.
It's a pretty good one.
And
just try and physically brace.
Yeah. Because I don't think he has any other option than to like look at the wave as it crashes into him, which has to be a certain sort of terrifying.
Oh, definitely. Scarred in a different type of way. So you are going to get wave timetables and wetsuits because you knew it was coming and you've got some equipment.
All right, and those are both D6s?
Correct. Stakes are at 9.
That's not terrible.
No, it
do
is
I
being
also
kind to you. The opportunity was on the D12.
Ooh, that is very
You got lucky.
Do I get Nerves of Moonshine as well, or is that gone?
That was, I think that scene is past.
All right, I'll...
It's also a social thing, I think.
Yes.
Oh, it super was.
And unfortunately, it's not Call of Cthulhu, so this isn't a roll against, like, the psychic damage of seeing your doom coming directly for you.
That'd be pretty fun.
Yeah, no, it's a different game.
So this is a
Firefly, the
physical,
horror game.
Physical and... I don't even know what I would do. What's a good...
Hold on to the railing. Use your sword as like.
I'd give
lead.
you
Like, if
move to try and just, like, be avoiding it
Position
effectively,
yourself?
or like be fighting against the current with move.
Sure. Why not? Where are you? There you go. Okay. So many fucking tabs open. All right. So moves.
That's a mood.
D10, D8, 2D6. So that's a 1.
Excellent. You get a plot point.
It's also a 8 plus 6 is 14.
Yep, which is more
Yep.
than 9. That is exactly
Okay.
5 more than 9. So you succeed by 5, and you get a D12 Big Damn Hero die,
Oh, sweet.
according to the rules as written. And we love playing by the rules here.
And I get a plot point for the 1.
Correct, and you are increasingly exhausted.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
In addition to you being increasingly exhausted, I am going to tip Ship is Slipping from D6 to D8
Okay.
as it's hit by another wave. The ship lurches again. You've got 20 minutes.
Y'all come
Checking
down
in.
and Lynn is just like against a cargo thing and is like not moving. He's just so fucking winded and also very wet.
Yeah, I think
How we doing, champ?
We should.
uh,
How about we get you back on the ship?
yeah, I was about to say, Derby, if you can just escort him back up and get him boarded again, he's done. He doesn't need to do any more. You've done enough, son.
Armory's safe though.
Good job, Lynn.
Derby
You did
just
good,
like
samurai.
just kind. I think Derby has to like physically pick him up at this point.
Almost assuredly. He can support himself, but it is a difficult venture.
You are unceremoniously over Derby's shoulder like a sack of flour.
No.
A wet sack of flour.
A soggy sack of flour.
Yep. So,
Is that oil dripping
Captain.
onto you? Yes, it is.
Captain,
Yes.
you gotta get a prototype rigged up to your salvaging equipment in enough time to secure it and haul it up to the ship until before the next wave hits.
I
I
think
mean-
Felix is going to volunteer to go in Lynn's stead.
mean-
I like that plan.
So will I be there to help with the captain?
Not if you're bringing Lynn up.
Can I
I think
just go myself?
if you bring Lynn up,
honestly?
Felix will
Well,
go
if you-
down.
If Lynn can go, like, if you can manage to stand and get back to the ship yourself, like, Derby doesn't have to do that necessarily. It's
Yeah.
it's if you're able.
Yeah, I'd rather just do it myself.
You certainly
Alright.
may.
Let Felix come down and
Oh yeah, just he'll tag Lynn out and come on down himself.
Sure.
Okay. Then because if I might, Derby would like to try and take charge of trying to operate this machine, or at least use the
Which
salvaging.
machine?
Or what we're trying to do is hitch the.
We want to get one onto the winch. Yeah.
Yeah, you've effectively got a massive winch coming down from the Lovelace that you are attempting to affix to one of the prototypes to haul it back up.
Okay. I have a bunch of complications, but I do have
You
a
do.
D. I do have a D8 in operate.
Yeah.
And D10 in physical. I think. Should I take the role for this?
If you want to take the lead and then we assist, then
Yeah, so I was about to say, if someone does this solo, it's going to take 15 minutes. If 2 people work on it, it'll take 10. If 3 people work on it, it'll take 5.
Okay.
Then yeah.
Yeah.
And Derby, you can absolutely
Felix will
take lead.
happily help.
Yeah.
All right, so you're rolling against wind and waves, and ship is slipping. Where's my d8s? And d10 for difficulty. And you are going to gain whoever would you're rolling Derby, right? Add a D10 for Elizabeth's Omnipilot.
Okay.
You would probably also roll salvaging equipment.
Yep, makes sense to me.
Okay.
Stakes at 12. There's one opportunity. Derby, you get a plot point. Stakes are now 15.
Okay. Did you apply all of Derby's multitude of complications?
No, I should do that.
Oh.
So Scorched and Groggy but Awake and Overconfidence. So I won't reroll any dice. Oh my god. Okay, triple opportunity.
Whoa.
Okay.
Difficulty is going up by 1.
So what's the current total?
So it is a 17.
Okay. So I have how many? Let me just start writing this down of how many d8s I have, since there's a lot of dice that are coming this way.
Yep.
Right? Okay. So all d8? I'm getting a d10 from Omnipilot, right?
Mm-hmm.
D10 Omnipilot.
D8 for salvaging equipment.
Salvaging equipment. Is
I'll
what
give
is
you
Felix?
a. Well, no, we're not yet. We're not into that. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. So Felix is lending a die.
Okay, D4 from Felix, I guess.
I have a D6 in operate.
It doesn't have to be operate.
Yeah.
It can be fix or labor or
Fix.
notice. I'll give you for like figuring stuff out. Or throw. Like there's a lot that I survive for tying stuff off. Craft.
Maybe for how quickly one can do a thing.
Yeah, honestly, like I'll give you move for just like basically just ferrying equipment, right? That's going to be important in this.
I can give a D6 for operate. Or
Yeah.
that's pretty much it.
All right.
Seems good.
So D6, a D4, and a D8 salvaging. Okay, Derby's got a D10 in physical, D8 in operate, D. What else is there for me to use? Salvager or
Absolutely. I'd give you Salvager on this.
Yeah.
D8?
Oh yeah, are there any of the ship systems that we're using for this?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So if we were using the ship, it would be a different role, and we will be. That's what Elizabeth is going to be doing next.
Right.
But this in particular is just the crew getting it affixed with its equipment. So we're not going to be using the ship's distinctions or attributes currently.
Okay. I'm going to start rolling then.
Oh, hello,
We can hear
Caroline.
you, Caroline.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries.
You're good.
What die do I give you? Is it the D4?
You can use your move.
I
Absolutely.
can use move?
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Because
Alright,
you're
that's
going
a
to be like
D8.
ferrying stuff around.
That's a D8, baby.
Okay, awesome. All right.
I'm like, that's the only one I can think. It was either labor, operate, or move, maybe.
Okay. D8 on Omnipilot. That's a 9. Good job, Elizabeth. D8 on salvaging equipment. 1.
Oh.
D8 from Felix's move. 6. D6 captain's operate. 6.
Nice.
D10 physical. 2. D8 operate. 4. D8 salvager. 4. Okay. So, and its stakes are at 17, you said, right?
Correct.
So I get a plot point from. So I'm at 4 plot points. So all right.
This is good. Come
No,
on,
we
baby.
succeed. We succeed. And you said triple opportunity, correct?
Right, so you can spend a plot point to roll something back by 3. Narratively, I'm going to limit that away from wind and waves and ship is slipping, because I cannot see a conceivable way of your actions here stopping those from happening.
Yeah, making that.
Yeah.
Okay, that ruins my plan.
Lynn is now cured.
You can definitely step back your complications.
Mhm. All right, so most situational scene complications are kind of just no.
For this situation in particular, I think it is reasonable to state as such.
Okay. So I'm going to, in this case, so first I get, so that's going to be a 21
Okay.
for the start, and I'm going to be at 3 plot points after that, I
Baller.
believe. And then I'm going to use those 3 plot points to bring Scorched down to a D4, I guess.
So below a D6 makes it go away.
Yeah, so Scorched is gone. Groggy but awake is gone.
You're very awake now.
Yeah, Derby has channeled his inner taskmaster and is yelling at all of you.
You also rolled a single 1 too, right?
Yeah, a single
All right,
one.
so your overconfidence is going to D10.
Oh my god.
So Derby's feeling really good. About
Real good.
Director. Yeah, Derby is like, Felix, good job. Captain, no. Fuck, stop it.
Jeez.
Yeah,
I don't know
so
what I'm doing.
5 minutes. The prototype is completely secured and ready to lift. It's gonna take probably 10 minutes to get this up into the Lovelace. Which is gonna give y'all time to... I mean, you could try and ride it up. Or bunker down here before the next wave hits. Or get up on the ship. Or try and scramble on the ship between when they get the prototype aboard and the next wave hits.
Derby's saying, if it's not gonna fit me, you can leave me behind. I can make it just fine. I can make it through this ship just fine.
What in the hell are you talking about?
Oh wait, so we can't. So wait, what's the situation with
So,
going
okay,
up?
so Elizabeth is going to winch the prototype up into the Lovelace.
Alright.
Or is going to try to, very much so. That's going to take about 10 minutes and it's going to occupy all of her space and time. Y'all have some time now, effectively. You can, if you want to, ride the prototype up into the Lovelace with it as the winch comes up. Might be a bit treacherous. Bit of a fall.
That sounds dangerous.
Dangerous.
It would be. But, like, you've got harnesses, right? Or you've got some more time on the ship, otherwise. You can hunker down until the next wave hits, etc.
I have a thing.
I might do that.
While that is being pulled out, you said that there were multiple?
Prototypes, yes.
Yeah. I want to try and see if there is any way to actually open any of them.
Yes. I'm gonna say yes, because they've got doors. It's got a hatch. You can get inside of one.
Okay. Are they just like waterlogged to hell, or like?
They're pretty dry on
this
the
thing-
inside, all things considered. I think 2 out of the remaining 3 are waterlogged. One of them is not.
Okay, so only the one is fine. Is it like a is it like a one-person situation, or can this thing like
Small crew, up to 4.
Okay.
You notice that most of the interior looks like it's spaced out for cargo. Small amounts of cargo.
Okay. Can it power on?
No.
Shit.
Or rather, you can't power it on?
Okay.
If that makes sense. You may attempt to power it on, I guess, but that's going to require some dice.
I'd like to make an attempt.
Sure. May I roll for Elizabeth first?
Yes, of course.
So, Elizabeth is rolling against Wind and Waves. And ship is slipping. It's making things more difficult. I've already assembled her dice pool over here. D10 difficulty. That's the 8. Alright. So, Elizabeth is rolling against. Whew! Okay. A 17. Alright. Okay. She gets a 16. So, she spent her plot point already. Am I going to... I will. Would someone like to lend Elizabeth a plot point?
I'm up there.
You are up there. I would say someone on the ship, specifically.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got plot points. Bro.
Yeah?
Fuck it. I'll give her one.
Sure. All right. And that's going to bring her from a 16 to a 24. It's hard. What she is doing is a problem. And I think what is going on specifically is she goes, all right, like she hits the speaker and is just like, Lynn, Doc, whoever, I need someone in the engine room now.
Yeah, Lynn is there.
And she's just
Doc
like, all right.
just kind of stumbles over, but well, yeah.
And she's like, all right, I need you to rewire, like, all right, so you see on the panel on the wall where we've got the power coupling into the side, the stabilizers. I need you to plug those right into the fuel cells. And is like basically putting full power into making sure this thing doesn't topple over. Yeah. And over the course of the next 10 minutes with like just a little, just that last 5 minutes to go, pulls the prototype into the bay and into the cargo bay and like locks it in place with the winch and cables and stuff. So you have secured and prototype. Cool.
Awesome.
Go team.
Lynn, like,
you've got
goes
5
to
minutes.
high five or hug Doc and then thinks better of it. Like, she's like, yeah, good job.
You
It
literally
melts
just
away.
get like the darkest stare from Doc.
He sees about 3 seconds of it before he is walking away.
All right. You have 5 minutes until the next wave hits.
Felix, hunker down.
Can I seal this thing?
I cleared.
Oh,
out
sorry,
the armory.
Captain. You wanted to try and power that thing on.
Yeah. I
Let's
wanted
do
to
that.
see if I can-
It's gonna be
what?
pretty hard.
Felix sure doesn't know where the armory is.
That's fair.
I could tell you to follow the maps on the walls.
It's true.
Just Felix, follow the robot parts.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yes, sir.
At Captain.
Yes.
Stakes at 12.
12. Okay.
I'll give you fly or operate or fix.
Not fix. Fly and operate are about the same. They're D6. So, would this be a mental?
Yeah, because you're just trying to figure it out, I think.
Right.
So this is non-standard controls. It's a prototype. It doesn't quite look finished. Like, this is clearly not a consumer product. It doesn't have all of the controls neatly laid out as it would be otherwise. It's also just like tech you're not familiar with.
Right. Shoot. So this is really not in my favor. I would have to. Well, let's see. Mental operate. I don't think I have anything else. I think those are just my two. Nope.
Nope.
That was God. Sorry. That was a 5 and a 2.
That'd be 7. All right.
Can
You talked about figuring out how to seal it off.
yeah.
You do, accidentally.
Oh.
So
no.
you are now sealed inside one of the prototypes.
Uh-oh.
I mean, there are worse places to be, I guess.
There are worse places to be.
I'm not okay. I guess I don't have much time left.
No, everyone else, you have 5 minutes.
Yep. I am speed walking over to Armory.
Yeah. I don't think it's too hard to find.
Okay.
Like, I am comfortable with just saying you get to the armory and can seal it off in time.
Awesome.
Alright, cool. Derby.
I look at fancy guns.
Hell yeah. Most of them are broken. I think
I still look at
literally
fancy
all of them
guns.
are broken.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. Lynn broke the ones that were operational.
Rude.
Derby, you've got 5 minutes.
Derby is also muted. In case. you
Oh, thank you. I didn't know Derby had a mouthpiece on, whatever. I don't know what I was gonna say. Let's see. I got 5 minutes and let's
You can come chill with me in the Armory.
Probably the safest option.
Cole, you said the fuel cells were still usable, correct?
They are currently in use, yes. Since you turned the power on.
Power on.
Excuse me.
So taking them out, well, no, Derby's going to the armory.
I'll also say the fuel cells are like the size of God. Like
Oh,
they're
Oh.
powering a
Fuel
battleship.
battleship.
Like the fuel cells in this ship are about as big as the Lovelace.
Yeah, Derby's kicking it in the armory with dead robots.
All right, cool.
And Felix.
The next wave
Envoy.
hits. I am bumping ship is slipping from D8 to D10.
Oh god.
When that moves from a D12 past it, the ship will sink into the ocean.
Right.
Okay.
So we got 20 minutes.
We have 20. No,
40.
we have 40.
You have 40 minutes. You have one
So
more
we're at
cycle
D10.
after this.
We
You're
have
at D10.
one more.
It'll go to D12, and when it moves past D12 to something else, it'll slip. You have 20 minutes. What do you want to do?
Derby looks to Felix and says, Felix,
Yes?
would you be willing to help me out with help me out with a little close, how do I describe this?
Am I
Dirty
gonna
work
have
up
to go
the
in
bridge?
Am I gonna have to go in the vents again?
Not the vents, no, but under and inside a console to rip out parts, yes. And this is for Ada, I will say. I understand, and I will completely understand if you say no. But this is for Ada, I just want to say.
If it's for Ada, I'll do it.
Felix, by God, thank you. And so Derby wants to salvage Ada parts from the bridge if that is possible.
Absolutely. And it's actually going to be a little bit easier since you previously made a list of all the parts you needed.
Mm.
If
Even
you'll recall,
better.
you actually know exactly what you're looking for, which is going to help you quite a bit in this.
Good.
Doc, or not Doc, Captain.
Yes.
You're stuck in a prototype submarine.
Yeah. I want to see if I can open it. I don't know.
It'll
What
take
kind of,
a full 5 minutes of effort to just like pry it open effectively.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to make sure I can
Yeah.
get out of this
You
thing.
can. You are no longer trapped inside of a prototype submarine.
Yeah, I'm okay. I think I've decided that it's not worth fucking around with that anymore.
Reasonable.
I think I'm just gonna go to the bridge and assist Derby and Felix for like the next like
Little
not
bit.
quite 15 minutes.
Absolutely.
10-ish minutes.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so Derby, you're probably making the roll with 2 assistants then?
Mm-hmm.
And y'all are just gonna do this until the next wave hits?
I mean, do we want to get that second prototype?
I don't think we're gonna. I don't think we can do it. And we already have the one. I only wanted, like, if we can turn that one on and pilot it, that's one thing.
I have a D6 and fix. I can do something.
It feels wrong. It feels like a weird risk to take when we're already doing so well.
Mm-hmm.
And he only needed the one, right?
He only needed the
Only
one.
wanted one.
And it's whole as
And
far
it's
as
whole.
I know.
It is in one piece.
We didn't even have to take it apart or anything.
Mm-mm.
I mean, Captain, though, do you not want to do a yeehaw? Do you not want to do a yeehaw?
I was really I was toying. I was probing. I wanted to see if we could get a submarine.
It'd be cool, but also we would have a an
don't-
alliance prototype submarine just
Yeah,
on
no.
board when we already
don't-
I
have
thought
a big
having a
illegal gun.
big gun was illegal. Yeah, I was about to say.
I feel greedy as shit right now. I feel like we got off easy.
We could strip it for some good-ass parts, though.
We
You
could.
got a point there. If we can, like,
We could
got-
get some mad fucking money off of it.
But
you
also,
have
we need to
35
fix-
minutes.
Yeah, we only have
Also,
30 minutes.
We also need to fix. The thing is, we need to
Let's
also.
focus on fucking Ada. Let's focus on Ada. Holy shit, what are we doing?
Dang, we got
I-
a job to
I wa-
finish up here. We got the thing.
I would
what's
like to
taking so
propose
long?
that all of that was in character, effectively.
100%. 100%.
You
It
just
was-
listen to, like, the salvager side of Solace argue with the humane side of Solace. This is just like, what the fuck am I doing?
I mean, I want to help Ada, but like we could always use more money.
We will have so much money. if we-
I mean, I know we'll have a lot, but we could also theoretically get so much more.
let's one thing at a time. Let's get parts for Ada, because that will take one less thing. That'll be one less thing on our plate.
I agree.
Um,
All
Tell you
right.
what.
see what we can
I
do.
tell you what.
What?
I'm gonna roll stakes for finding the parts you need to fix Ada.
Okay.
Success, flat success. It takes the full 20 minutes.
Okay.
Success plus
Okay.
5, it takes 10. Success plus 10, it takes 5.
Holy shit.
Okay. That's
I'm
okay.
out of plot. I am out of plot points. I used them all
I
to get
have
rid of.
one for Felix.
I
But we
have
can't lend plot points to each other, can we?
Correct. I am
Oh,
I had
if
permitted
Doc was here, I
us to
haven't-
lend a plot point to Elizabeth because she is a NPC player character. It's complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Well, all right.
Yeah,
Let's
relevant,
just set the
yeah.
stakes. Set the
All right.
stakes.
Okay.
so it's
And
gonna
don't
be hard.
forget. And don't forget my D. Don't forget my
Wings.
my D10 for overconfidence.
I will not. I refuse to forget. This is not going to be easy. We're hoping you succeed in the first place. Whew.
Uh-oh.
18?
Would you consider
18.
18? Okay,
18.
interesting.
Double 9s on my d10s.
Do we want to have one? Do we want to
Damn.
have one person rolling and then two assist? So it'll be Derby rolling and then us assisting.
That would be likely, yes.
Wait, you said 18,
I think that
though,
would
correct?
be the best.
18, correct.
18. Unless anybody's gonna give me a D10, it's impossible to beat.
So someone else might want to roll just because they have plot points.
Yes. I can.
I don't have plot points.
I have a single plot point.
Let's
Felix
look at-
I have
able to find
Damn Hero
the
die.
point. Big Damn Hero dice are good too.
I have.
But you need a
See,
plot point to
Doc
roll a Big
has
Damn
it.
Hero die.
Oh, shit,
Doc
you're right.
has one.
There is a way to gain plot points. Is by taking a
Okay.
system override complication.
Oh wait, I have ways to gain plot points, and I can take them if. Can I use my "This is why we can't have nice things" to gain plot points? Possibly.
Yeah.
Derby poppers are now a complication. D6.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
A box of parts is weighing me down. That's a D8 complication.
Sure.
Holy shit.
I can
Boy, Ted-
treat.
I'll give you
I
2.
can treat.
Okay,
Do you want me to help you with overconfident? Because I can double my treat rolls when helping a crew member recover from a mental complication.
This isn't a recovery roll, is it?
I can double treat to lower that state.
Okay, so in the
I think
fiction
it's too late.
of the
it's
game.
too late or not, yeah.
In the fiction of the game, you effectively keeping Derby's overconfidence in check to help him focus to get what you all need is interesting. I find that mechanically interesting.
Uh-huh.
I'll let you do that.
Okay.
And then you
What's-
effectively would be lending your treat dice to Derby for this roll.
My treat die is a D8 instead of a D6 for fix.
Okay.
Okay, so
Okay.
I guess Cole, do you want to roll those two new D6 and D8 problems? Box of parts.
They can't be a 9,
Okay.
so it won't matter. And I'm out of plot points.
Okay. So, alright, D10 physical, D8 salvager, D8 treat.
I can give you lover to
D8.
bits. D6.
Skills.
Oh, skills. I can give you D6 operator notice. Those are pretty much the only ones that
Alright.
make any sense.
Alright. So, this is going to come to 3d8, 1d10, 1d6. Okay.
Alright.
Sorry. D10, 3d8.
Are you using like a program? What are you using to roll?
I'm using Google Roll a Dice just so I
Oh,
can,
right.
since I'm rolling many dice.
Oh, I can probably get you a copy of Sophie's dice, but also
So I get a 1 for one thing,
you get a plot
which
point.
so I'm up to 3, so I'm going to use that plot point to roll my D10 Big Damn Hero die,
All right.
which is also a 2. Thank you. Thank you,
Oh
God.
my god.
Thank you so much. Cole, it's gonna be a 10. Like
Oh
base
my
10.
God.
I rolled exactly 18 with 6 dice. I can't do it. I fail.
Yeah, that was going to be hard no matter
Okay.
what. That was a
Yeah.
lot.
You spend the full 20 minutes and don't find the parts you need, but because of the parts you see around them, you know they're in there.
Shit.
You have 20 minutes until the next wave hits.
Oh no.
Do we want to try? Do we want to try one more time? Because it's D12 D12,
And I'll have to reroll too.
and I have
It's
2
our
more
chance.
complications.
Gang, this ship is starting to go.
Oh right,
underwater.
yeah. So I forgot to upgrade. Ship is slipping from a D10 to a D12.
So I think you got one more wave before this thing just sinks.
Oh,
You
yeah,
need to
no, we
get
know
the
that. We
hell
know-
up
we
out of
know.
there.
I think it's actively moving right now. It is actively sinking into the sea very slowly.
Felix, you
I
see
The
Derby
next wave looks like
furiously-
it's like from above. The view from above. The next wave looks like it's not gonna push it further, but flip it sideways.
Oh. Oh, that's not good.
So, Felix, Derby
Hi.
hasn't noticed this. Derby is like ripping through electronics at this point.
All right. Now I would actually like to use my optimist roll to try and step down the overconfidence, because if he's furiously doing this, I want him to stop because we need to get out of here.
Oh yeah, Cole.
Sounds
is
good to me.
overconfidence at D12 now because of
It
that?
was, but now it's a D10 again.
Okay. So I am going to spend my one and only plot point to 0, and I'm going to be able to double my treat roll to
Okay.
try and calm Derby
Yeah,
down.
I was about to say, so you can make a roll to help Derby's overconfidence so that it is no
Yes.
longer a die on the roll for
Yes.
looking for parts. Okay, excellent.
Exactly.
So you're
That's
going to
what
be
I want
rolling
to do.
against overconfidence plus a
Okay.
difficulty die. How hard is it to get Derby? When you
I will
feel
let Derby
overconfident, how hard is it
Derby has
to
more.
get you down?
Again, Derby was raised by a guy who was who was part of a militia. He is very stubborn and he doesn't like to admit it.
All right.
All right.
That
Perfect.
sounds like at
What
least
you
a
like to
D8,
see.
maybe a D10.
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna say D8.
Okay.
For
Hold
right
on.
now.
Let me pull up roll20.net.
Can I assist with influence?
You get to assist on one of these 2 rolls.
Okay.
Either calming Derby down
I'd rather.
or looking
I'd
for the part.
rather
Okay.
it be parts. I
Yes.
want to say I'm confident enough to at least step this down mildly.
Stakes are 13.
13. Okay.
We got close last time. If we're
This is
doing
just for the
similar
treat
rolls.
roll.
Oh, this is-
Okay.
Right. Okay.
So can I argue
So
mental
double treat-
for this?
Absolutely. Double treat,
Perfect.
mental. You've got to have some distinctions that'll help you with this, right? Or
Can
signature
I
assets.
argue stalwart friend?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a good
Okay, so that's an extra D8. I don't have anything under treat, unfortunately. I can't add in influence well-mannered
And
No, probably
Can-
not.
because I'm already
No,
using
No, because it's a
treat.
specialization.
Yeah.
could Derby add a die to this? Possible. Well, Derby's not.
I'm gonna say
actively-
no for
Okay.
this.
Okay, well,
I think so.
so
You've
it's
got
one.
you've got four dice.
Yeah.
I have 4.
All right.
So I have D10 for mental, I have 2 D8 for treat, and I have 1 D8 for stalwart friend.
All right, go for it.
So, okay, D10 first.
Even if you fail, it'll get stepped back because this is a recovery
That's-
roll.
Good! Okay, good start. 3 D8, let's go. That's a 16, baby.
All right, so Derby, you
So
are no
none of them
longer
were ones.
overconfident.
Okay.
You're just normal confident now.
So Felix has effectively talked you down.
He didn't like slap you across the face, but he's like roughly grabs your shoulders. He's like, Derby, look at me.
Look, Derby just like anger, staring deeply into your eyes. What is it, boy?
I don't think Felix says anything for like 10 seconds. He's just like very intently staring at you for you to just kind of like get over that anger bit and be like, now is not the time for that.
Derby breathes.
Felix will breathe with him. Just kind of like try to like synchronize breathing.
And just, it slows for a moment, and he just looks at himself, looks at his still kind of scorched hand, although adrenaline is as... Just covers his face for a moment, just shakes his head. I'm sorry, Felix, I'm sorry.
It's okay, Derby. I just want to make sure that we're all okay.
I know.
It's Ada. We just can't rush into things. We need to think of ourselves first, too. Okay? We're gonna fix her. I promise.
Okay.
All right. Nice pat on the shoulder. Actually, no, screw that. Felix hugs you.
Oh, yay! Oh, right, I still have a bunch of extra.
Touch
They're only
display.
D6s, though.
Yeah.
Love the show of teamwork.
Box of parts is
We've got
as a
less than
D8
15
roll.
minutes.
Alright, I'm rolling. Rolling stakes. So 2d12 for waves and slipping, and 2d6 for bots of parts and derby poppers.
Box of parts is the D8.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Okay. I rolled a 1, so you have an opportunity. And that is stakes at 14.
Okay, this is possible.
Okay.
D10 physical, D8 salvager, D8 labor, D6 lover to bits, or D6
Or no, you
from
can't take
Apple.
that.
D6
Oh yeah,
Operate or something. Yeah.
yeah.
Unfortunately, you don't get my treat. I will give you a D6 fix, though, because I got rid of your overconfident.
Okay.
I don't think I can argue treat anymore.
Okay.
I agree.
I'd like to, but I can't.
Use 2 plot
Can I
points.
argue D10 shoot?
Derby, I'm gonna shoot you if you don't figure this out.
Come on, buddy.
All right, I made it. Sorry, D10. That's a 6 on the D10. Add a 6 on the D8, and then 2 plot points will bring me to a 17.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. So you succeed just. So it takes the 15 minutes. You have 5 minutes
Yeah.
until the last wave.
Yep.
Derby says, "Run."
You have torn, like, you've basically, you found, like, the one thing that you still need, and you just grab it and tear it out of the console with the strength of 1,000 lions.
And Derby
think-
just like
yeah.
stuffs this into a pack and just doesn't say anything. He grabs Felix by the arm and just starts running.
Captains just like right on their tails.
Yep.
Felix is probably going to be the one to call up to the ship, being like, "We're cutting it super close.
Yeah,
We got the
line
parts."
Is there. The line is there. Just grab the damn thing.
Yeah. You make it, everyone makes it back on the ship, and Elizabeth just, like, hauls it up, as the next wave just, it crashes over the ship, and you can watch from above as it, like, flips over onto its side, and then breaks on the rocks with the impact, and just, like, sinks like a stone down into the sea again.
Holy shit.
Lynn, you see some robot corpses float to the top of the ocean. Weirdly buoyant.
But one is still alive.
I think
It's
the captain
vengeance.
sees that ship go down, and there's just like quiet for a second, and then just starts like whooping and hollering, and it's just like, yeah. Holy shit!
Glorious.
That was insanity. I'm so just like whoever the fucking closest just fucking like pulls you in and like crushes you.
I can guarantee.
Felix is trying to fucking breathe right now. He has so much adrenaline in his system.
I'm so fucking proud of every one of you. And then just like collapse.
Too much blood in head. Fuck.
I think I would like to call it there for tonight
Totally
and
fine.
have the aftermath of this mission start our next session.
Okay.
Okay.
Very good. Good with me.
Wow.
Hella.
Super.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, stars and wishes. I'm gonna start from the bottom up. Lynn.
It's always fucking me.
It isn't. That's factually not true.
When you start from the bottom, it is.
Yes, when I start from the bottom, it's always you, because that is how Discord
always
orders the users.
I don't like it.
Aha, D's for the win. L's can take the L.
Stars.
Thanks, Eli.
Thank you.
Oh, I mean, I feel like Star was everything that Lynn got to do today. It was very good. The conversations were good. The fight scene was pretty good. Maybe wish it was a little played up, but I think it was a very sudden thing, so it was like But no, it was good. I'm glad we got Caroline to get in on the end there. I was afraid you were just gonna sit out the whole session.
I was it's fine.
Wishes. I two things. One, I wish I would have had the thought during the moment to like have just the smallest, tiniest little bit of dialogue with Doc, where it was like, "No, do the thing and the thing. You're doing it wrong." Like just yelling at each other. I think that would have been
Like in the engine room?
Yeah.
I hope we can just retcon that in, because I think
that's
that
fine
would just
with
be
me.
better.
I agree.
I'm totally fine with just retconning it in.
Yeah.
She said the blue wire, not the red one. Are you colorblind too?
No, this is blue. You were holding the green one.
100% love
There's
it.
like a
All
teal
for it.
wire and both of you are just staring at it like, is it blue or green? Is this the blue wire or the green wire?
Absolutely, that's how it goes. 100%.
And then the other one was where we called it makes sense, but God, I just wanted to have that last chat with Matsuno.
I do too, but I can't right now.
I know it's midnight, so I get it, but wish, you know.
I think it will be a good place to start too, is like with the resolution of all of this.
Yeah.
It'll give us some velocity.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so that's me. Those are stars and wishes.
Sick. On the way up, Eli, stars and wishes.
Stars. Robot fight scene. I now want to watch Samurai Jack because that was really cool. Let's see what else. Again, Lynn being completely unable to face their ex was hilarious and really, really fun. And also just that conversation was also just very, very nice. I like What else? What else? What else? I really, really, really like how you created the sort of time limit for this. The using the dice to set an not a parabolic, but just an ascending difficulty curve over time. I thought that was very, very, very good and worked very well.
Goodbye,
Mm.
bot.
Night, night, rhythm bot.
It was kind of funny. We effectively ran most of that session like quote unquote in turns.
Mhm.
And I think it really worked.
I think it
Yeah.
worked out. Yeah, I liked that. Cool.
I, honest to God, I was thinking, sorry to cut in, but I've been thinking about this a lot of like, if there's a really tense sequence where it's like, we're in this big fight against this big bad or something like that, it doesn't need to necessarily be a, like, this is a high stakes roll. It's like, this is a roll that's going to up like the damage that you take or whatever. And that's like how we could do like a boss battle in this system. That's been on my mind a lot.
The liberal application of consequences in different ways
Mm-hmm.
is very good. I'm also happy to say that this felt really, really difficult, and it felt,
Yeah, this.
and honestly, I kind of like that.
Good.
Because sometimes I feel like I have too much agency over the difficulties I face, and I'm happy that you put a lot of you put some hard. You said yes to pretty much everything, but you also always put really, really good caveats to that with adding extra difficulties. And sorry, I'm also very tired, but no, this was just very, very well executed, Cole. Also, I'm really, really happy Felix got to do not shoot a man, but
Not shoot.
calm a man.
Calm a man.
I didn't do homicide this time, guys. Yay!
2 modes: kill and heal.
Kill, live.
Excellent.
Very good. Oh yeah,
Um,
wishes.
yes.
Wishes. I hope. I am sad that we didn't get to see how the ship went down, and I hope it comes back up eventually. I wish that this is not the last we hear about that ship, because there was stuff about it that we didn't find out that I have questions about.
You've
Like,
still got
how did
data.
it go?
You've got all the data
Yeah.
files.
I hope something comes of that. I wish something. Yeah, that was all. That was it.
I have lore.
I want lore. I wish for lore, Cole.
You've acquired the lore books. You spent an entire round acquiring lore books.
Yeah, specific.
Cool. Hannah,
Okay.
stars and wishes.
Stars. That was really cool. I'm like, I feel bad because sometimes I feel like I lean very much on the RP side of things, but that was both like this episode kind of had all of it for me. Like it was action oriented, character oriented. It was all of it. It was very good package. And I agree with Eli about like the challenge being kind of right. Like we did good, but it felt hard won regardless. I just liked this a lot. I'm like wired now. It's like 1 a.m.
Give me more content.
God.
I can only do so much.
I know.
I am but one human.
Yeah, I think my wish is just I don't know if I have much of a wish. It's, I want to do all the character stuff that we didn't get to do this time, which is basically assured, I would hope.
Comes in bursts.
Right, exactly. Yeah, my hope is just the next session is more RP, because there's so much fuel now for that. Yeah.
Cool. Caroline, stars and wishes.
Hello. Stars? I was very happy with my last roll there for the optimist roll.
It was very cool.
I
That was a cool
I
moment.
thought that was a really fun way to help out, and I don't want to say it probably partially saved us, but I'd like to believe that it did.
Every die roll matters.
You got
Mhm.
you got rid of a D10 complication.
Yeah.
That
That's a
is
big deal.
very good.
Yeah. So I'm kind of happy about that, not gonna lie. So I was kind of under the impression that I probably wasn't gonna do much this session at all. A, because coming in late. B, both Doc
It's
and
part of
Felix are very, very particular characters that fit two very different roles, and neither of them fit into what we are currently doing. So I wasn't sure exactly how I was going to fit in. And I think, honestly, like, tagging Lynn out for Felix worked
Beautifully.
really well, actually. I don't know how I somehow unplugged my headphones, but I did. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that was like my big star this turn. It's oh, another one, absolutely what like everyone was saying. I love when there's like a difficulty setting. I like when it like keeps increasing each turn just because it really just puts the pressure on us as the players. 'Cause, yeah, not all of them are winnable, and we barely made it on this one. And I think that's really great. Just because we all felt the pressure on this, and now we get to all fucking celebrate about it, and that's just so good.
You know what's really weird is Lynn spent so much of his time not dealing with the same issues that the crew was dealing with. So like I didn't really feel that time crunch. It was just like,
Mhm.
oh, I've got to do a sick robot fight now. Uh-oh, you know, and that was
Yeah.
a crazy roll, but it was like that felt doable to me. Like a 22 easy. I didn't even make it on my dice roll. I had to
It was
roll
also
more,
a
but-
22
Lynn is a little bit of a
in your
one-shot robot.
element.
Yeah.
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 Lynn is very good at one thing.
Yes, and that is why I made him. It was like, if we ever run into trouble and Lynn is there, you will not have trouble anymore.
Yeah, that's pretty much what Doc is, yeah.
And
Felix
it's good.
is a little more loose, but yeah.
Because this session, Lynn did a lot of preemptively taking care of things. Where it's just like,
Yes.
cool, I have secured a safe place for everyone to hang out when the waves hit, and they will hit. And, like, multiple characters took advantage of that room during and after you were on the ship multiple times. Like, that was a very important thing. And also, taking care of the robots, because if you didn't, they would have been a problem. And a much more widespread problem. So, yeah. It was cool. It was interesting. But yeah, they're also like kind of like almost like adjacent to, not so much as in combination with a lot of the other crew
I
stuff.
think it feels weird in tabletop, but I always think about the fact that this is meant to be like episodes, and it makes total sense. Like if you think about it in cinematic terms of like cutting away, and Lynn is doing this shit on the other side of the fucking, and like we cutting away again. Like it all makes sense. It's so weird.
They are all very like specified, like specialized characters, but like all together, like if you looked at it as like episodes, like actual like TV episodes, it works though.
It works really well, and I think it works so well
every
because
character
they're
works
so
really
different.
well together.
Yeah. Because like the creation of TV is like your A and your B plot, right? So like not everybody has the same goals, and so you're constantly like swapping between things. And I think because we are different characters, that works so well.
Oh yeah.
Also, quick addition to my stars, because I forgot, Captain being the wingman of the century.
God.
I'm a genius.
I don't remember exactly what you said, but I remember just being like, oh, like that was so good.
Well, listen, you don't get many chances. Take the chances you got.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it was very good. Because, like, I, as Masuno, am, like, literally trying to find an excuse to say the no to that. And it's just like, I can't. Shit, I gotta talk to him now. Fuck. God damn.
Politics is a sweet talker. It's what I do.
Yeah,
It's like
it's
if you
good.
give me a chance to persuade someone.
It was very good.
That's
Cool.
I technically never did
I was about
my
to
wish.
say, did
I'm sorry.
Caroline do wishes?
I didn't
Oh.
do my wish. I'm sorry. My wish. I kind of like the pressure of like the time thing. I'm not gonna lie. I really, really enjoyed that. Just because like
danger.
I like that kind of bit of like danger that like it could really affect something. I like kind of the time rolls that we did where it's just like, okay, if you just make it, you hit just the 20 minutes. Like keep going from that. That was great. Love that. I would love to see that come back again.
Cool. Good to know.
Active long-term threat.
Me, my stars and wishes. I think this was our best gameplay focused session yet.
Oh yeah.
Just in terms of like rolling lots of dice and having dice matter and reflecting lots of other stuff. And I'm very happy about that. I think this is the game functioning about as well as could be.
Yeah.
Wishes. I'm excited for a less tense episode next time.
Yeah.
Or at least a briefly less tense episode next time, depending on what people do, because I never know. Yeah, I just want, honestly, I would love just a bunch of role play. Just a whole bunch of conversations.
I think you and I are gonna take up a bunch of time, I feel.
Yeah. I need to think more about Masuno.
Do you want to have chats about him? Question mark.
Yeah,
Or would you prefer
probably.
just to okay?
Some smaller ones, I think.
Okay.
Maybe not quite as like. I don't want to have the conversation, basically. But I think it would be good to talk a little bit more about Masuno and your relationship with Masuno, and kind of like where I'm trying to take this.
Yes.
So that we can be on the same page for when we can have a serious conversation about that.
Yeah.
That seems like a good idea. Yeah. The other thing I want is to go to sleep.
Sure.
This was a lot of fun. This is a good session. They're all good. I don't think we've had a bad session. No, I'm not going to think about it hard enough to find one. I refuse.
One more thing on the recording.
Yeah.
We have a lot of episodes we can spend. So next time we should think
We
about.
do.
Next time
I
before the
would
session, we.
I never remember what to do with those.
They're written on the
They're
on the assets and complications sheet now.
Step up your
Okay.
step
Under
up
advancing
your-
your crew member.
Also,
Awesome.
one of the things you could do is, for example, Lynn, I gave you the asset. What was it? Nerves of Moonshine. What was
Yes, that's what I wrote. Yeah.
it? You could spend one episode to make that a permanent asset. If you,
Signature asset. I think that would require Lynn to develop a moonshine addiction.
I think so. Yeah.
Constantly drinking moonshine.
Maybe if this conversation goes real bad, we'll find out.
Spend 2 episodes to become an alcoholic mechanically.
Yeah.
God.
No. I'd
Not
be the drunken master,
To
please.
become an alcoholic and have it be a good thing.
Yeah.
Can I make a signature complication?
Signature complication.
That would be interesting. I think that would be an interesting thing in this setting.
Signature
Like a
asset. Alcohol. Signature complication. Alcoholic.
I mean,
you know what would be
once
interesting?
again,
Alcohol.
Like a signature D4 complication to give a better chance of. To give like a better
to
chance.
give an opponent a better chance of rolling
That'd be
an
kind of
opportunity.
cool.
Yeah.
That is a neat
cool.
design space. I like that actually.
I like that actually. Yeah.
Very
Once
weird,
again.
very unintuitive, but cool.
Yeah.
Once again, if the conversation with Masano goes real bad, who knows?
We'll figure it out.
Maybe Lynn will just be depressed for forever.
Guess what? I now know how to use my Optimus roll, baby. That is a double treat right there. I could also severely make it worse and give Doc plot points. So I'm just saying, if you wanna tell Doc about this, gain 1 plot point when your honesty hurts someone close to you.
Excellent.
Oh, shit.
Excellent.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna stop the recording.